Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Kusogrande, the bad video game tournament. I am Brosencha, just getting everything updated so that we can begin this stream for the day. Yeah. Decently long stream, about 5 hours. 5 hours of blabbing. Oh my god. Welcome to my life. Blah 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 blah. That's what I sound like when, you know, when doing Kusogrande. Blah 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 blah. Hey, Eggplant Wiz, Maxell, thank you so much for resubscribing. What did you say, Justin? Yeah, he said that's true. How dare you? It's true though. Yeah, Fluffy Squirrel, thank you as well. Such a fluffy little squirrel. Sometimes I go, I'm like, oh, there's a fluffy squirrel in the park. Oh my god. Look at that squirrel. I bet it has a cute little family. Little squirrel babies. Little squirrel babies are like, can we have some nut milk? They like almond. What have I been taking? I took my normal medication earlier. That's all. Nothing odd, nothing strange. Though chat says hi, Justin. He said hi. Higher pitch, mind you. He said, hi. Hi. Yeah, okay. The Deltarune, the tale of Deltarune. The tale of Deltarune, the tale of Deltarune, the tale of Deltarune, the da-da-da-da. You know, oh my gosh, Chapter 5's out, right? I need to play that. Except, I'm playing too many... Oh my god, sorry. We had great music and then Ancient Roman came on and... Yeah. Oh, the lyric to World Revolving is, it's time for life to die. I mean, I imagine that, whatever the boss is, jokester... Yeah. I can do anything! Whatever his name is, yeah, yeah, he would want life to die, and that's understandable. Okay, I know it's not Jokester, but I can't remember what his name is. Jepsy? Like a jester. No, I didn't mean to say that, Justin. Jevil. There we go. Okay, that's right. Jester Devil. Jevil. Go to Jevil. Do not... I'm a jester devil. Yeah, I remember back in the day, I learned improv partially from workshops with a duo named Joker and Jester. They're spelled differently because, you know, improv duo. But they were so amazing whenever I saw them perform. Some of the best comedy I've seen. Easily. I love me a good comedy. I love me a good improv. You know? Oh, about a year ago, I ran an improv workshop at SGDQ and it was so much fun, and I'm sad that I'm not able to do that this year. But, you know what? Sometimes sacrifices happen, whether you like them or not, in order for other things to happen that are needed for the better. And that is fine. I mean, fine in quotation marks. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and stop blabbing and let's get moving, Crappy. It is your time to shine. And shine like a diamond. Take us over to the game reveal and don't you dare play with those bees. Come on, leave the bees to Goofy, okay? Crappy would probably cause a colony collapse, I gotta be honest. I don't trust him with bees. You know, are there any people who I might trust with bees? Well, most of our GMs, I would give a bee or two to them. Oh, look at all those bees on screen. Get up! Ah! They're attacking! Ah! Oh my gosh. You know, when I was a kid, I got stung by a bee. A dead bee. Poof. Because I saw a dead bee on the floor, and I decided it's time to rock back and forth on the floor near the dead bee. And then my foot touched the bee and I got stung. Yeah. Donkey Kong, thanks for resubscribing. Thanks for all them bees. And everybody, please say hello to our bee-loving GM. I assure you, they probably love bees. Seth Highwind. Oh, we got Clax music to introduce you. Hello, Seth.
Did you just say a bee-loving GM?
Do you love bees?
I mean, I do love bees.
I was right. You know?
Love them, but, I got stung in one in a classroom environment at work, out of all places, instead of, outside in the elements, so
yeah,
that was cute.
I think I've probably been stung more inside than outside, I gotta be honest, though it usually wasn't bees, stupid wasps, but yeah, I've been stung by a dead bee.
Oh, man, how are you doing today, hon?
You know what? I'm tired, but honestly, yesterday was great. I know that today is going to be great. Like, Kusogrande is always a good time, and the fact that I'm able to, relax a little bit, do commentary, have fun, it's always nice. I've needed some downtime since wrapping up the demo, version 1, but I need to get a second version out this next week, so, after today, it's going to be busy time. But after Kusogrande today, for the rest of the day, I'm just taking it easy.
As you honestly should. Completely. But you know what? I think I've got a good way for you to take it easy, because I'm going to bring everyone back to the age of the summer blockbusters with one of my favorite franchises out there, the Indiana Jones franchise.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not something based off of the main franchise. It's based on something of the TV spin-off series, Young Indiana Jones.
Oh, yeah.
So, today I decided to give our players Instruments of Chaos, starring Young Indiana Jones on the Sega Genesis.
Yeah, we asked the players to whip, and they said, nay. I'm sorry. That's the best that I'm going to do today when it comes to humor. The players are going to have 1 hour to try to make as much progress through this game as they can, and whoever does will take the victory. Whoever doesn't comes in last. They'll only get 2 points, and with this match, it's fairly high stakes because at least one person will be eliminated. Well, it looks like only one person will be eliminated. Everybody else still in the tournament. The players for this match are Mackie, Garou, Netman Matt, Spring God, and Stream Hatman. Of course, it is gonna be a lot of fun. I love whenever we have this game. It makes me laugh so hard. We had it at AGDQ at Kuso Live, and as usual, I had a great time. This is one of my favorite games that I forget exists, and then as soon as it pops back up, I'm like, oh my god, it's Indiana Jones time.
Yeah, no, this one was something I was trying to find during Kuso Live, and I was like, you know what? I want to find something that I personally have memories of playing, but I've not gotten a chance to give out yet. And then re-stumbling upon this, like, all right, I did rent this at Blockbuster. All right, I did have a time with this. Let's give this to other people.
Yeah, I genuinely like this game. I think that it's almost in an Ernest Evans way that I like this game, Like, Ernest Evans definitely has problems. This game, I think the biggest problems are how brutal it is when it comes to actually trying to make progress, because it loves to give you, full game overs. It loves to punish you.
It's a very punishing game in terms of like stage progress, trying to figure out what you need to do for the stages, as well as just the amount of enemies that this game tends to spawn on screen. So yeah, it can be at time, but it does remind me of like an Ernest Evans style game, especially with like the whip mechanics.
Oh yeah. Chudley, thank you so much for those bits. I will chew on them later. Let me go ahead and check to see if the players are ready. Yeah, we're a little bit early, but at the same time, I know that I get behind time sometimes. So, you know, if we're able to start relatively soon, then I am down. Dude, this title screen music is so dumb.
It's so... You just sit there, it's like, yep, that's the Genesis sound chip, all right. That's that Yamaha.
Yeah, Stream Hatman, by the way, saying I put up a little tiny Rasputin spinning around. I like that. I don't know why there's a tiny Rasputin in our world, but sometimes just gotta spin. Oh, I'm so happy though. It's a good day. The stun is shinning. The stun is shinning. The burbs are bourbon. And 3 out of 4 players appear to be ready. I appreciated that, Rasputin. I love when we have funny pictures that people put up, as long as they're not like disturbing, like one of the weird walking pictures that we had before that just made me feel like everybody had alien posture. I'm like, ugh, gross. Yeah. Okay, just waiting for Mackie to confirm. Again, you know, we're a little bit early, so they may be grabbing water, using the restroom, and that is fine. Do 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 do. Like, it sounds like, what is it? The Little Mermaid sometimes.
Hear a little bit of Little Mermaid. I also, for some reason, some of the music also reminds me of some of the websites you can find in Hypnospace Outlaw.
Oh, I love, yeah, you're right. They do sound like Hypnospace. I know that, what was I thinking? Final Fantasy 1, I did a randomizer for Archipelago, and when you get to the top of the tower with all the mermaids, in that randomizer it played Under the Sea, and I laughed so hard.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we need more early connections to the Kingdom Hearts days of combining Disney with Final Fantasy.
Okay, we're doing the countdown. Everybody spam all of your whips, all of your blowing up blimps. What else?
And globes. And globes. We need the Earth. Globes. We're doing a globe-trotting adventure.
We are the world. We are the India. We're gonna whip a bunch of stupid snakes. At least I think so. Where are we going first?
We're going to India first.
Yep, I knew it.
Because this game has a Mega Man-esque level select in the beginning. I have given them a set stage layout that they need to follow.
Yeah, so the players are reading the text at the beginning. Very good idea. I think Mackie actually restarted so that he could read the text, and that is absolutely a good idea. Make your way through the bazaar and whip the stones. Hopefully Mackie read that little bit. If not, then gonna be a little bit clueless here. Okay, so welcome to the good sound effects of sounds like most, at least those sound effects done by someone's mouth, you know. Although this game doesn't have a lot of sound effects, there are a lot of, there's music, but until your whip comes out, it's basically silent.
Yeah. it tends to just keep a lot of things at bay, except for like the occasional whoosh, whoosh, and then the burbs will like make squawking noises occasionally.
Oh yeah, like I heard some wing flaps, but like you don't really make noise when you get hurt. There's the trampling noise. Oh, the monkey is flying everywhere. Oh my god. Acrobatic, I'd say. Oh no, Nem and Matt getting bitten by a snake. Not a snake.
Yeah, the snakes are really, really annoying because, you know, Indy does have his trusty revolver, but you can't aim down. You can aim up and you can aim side to side, but you can't do anything downward. So you're really kind of relying on your whip to take care of any enemies on the ground. But even then, like,
when has anybody in a movie ever shot at the ground to make people dance or anything like that, you know? Never happened.
Never. That's never been a trope or anything.
Now, stupid birds. Okay, what species of birds are these? Okay, they're like almost crows, but they've got orange beaks. They're just blackbirds?
Maybe ravens?
Don't ravens usually have black beaks too? I'm trying to think. Like, there's a bird in Mina the Hallware that looks very similar to them. And that's partly why I'm asking, but...
Then I would say crow, then.
Let's see. Was that a jackdaw in Mina? Okay, jackdaw. I don't think these are jackdaws. Maybe. Crows with makeup on, they're pretty birds. Yeah. No, these could be jackdaws as well. Jackdaws apparently are highly intelligent social birds and the smallest member of the crow family. So they're a type of crow.
So we got like the core species, right? Just it's the subspecies of the core species.
Yeah. Aw, pretty bird. I gotta say that about most birds, though. They're all pretty. Birds are cute. Well, not all birds. There are some really ugly birds.
There are, but like birds are... all birds deserve time.
Yeah.
I mean, Mouse is right. Game birds are jerks. I can't, like, name a video game that has, like, a decent burb enemy that you just actually want to be around.
I'm trying to think. Most of the time, no. Like, birds are nightmarish to deal with. Have I seen a game with a bird enemy that I felt was fine? Someone is saying Shadow of the Colossus. Are they fine? I don't know.
I think they mostly just flew around, and it's been a long time since I played Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know, thinking of like burb enemies that I haven't minded, not gonna lie, Mina comes to mind because I kind of liked the bird enemies in that game.
Oh, Justin is saying Last Guardian. Maybe Last Guardian. I haven't played that. But that's not an enemy, or is it? Mina the Hallware, yeah, I was thinking about the birds in that, and they're not super annoying until you're using the whip, and trying to hit anything in the air with the whip is kind of annoying. It's best to use the hammer.
I did my entire playthrough of the game using the whip.
Mackie, oh my god! I'm still fairly early on in Mina. But I just started playing. Yeah, knockback in this game is certainly a thing, as some people have pointed out. Honestly, most things in this game are certainly a thing. And it's gonna be a little while until we actually see some progress in this level, because they need to make it all the way to the right, and then once they do, they need to find the stones. And then they need to make the stones do the stone thing.
I must say, both Sprint God and Hatman are in the area, both of them trying to make some vertical progress to find the keystones at the top of the temple.
The birds and the monkey, like... How does the monkey jump this high? It is persistent.
You know what? Sometimes you just need that little like monkey to help you out. It's very similar to, the monkey from the first movie.
Okay, but that monkey actually helped by dying.
Well,
And so this monkey could help that way as well. There we go! Sprint God whipped a stone, and we are getting progress here. Okay, that's 2 out of 4 stones, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, spin your whip.
There are 2 on each side of the giant doors entering the temple, so Sprint is halfway there to making into the first level transition.
Yeah, not guaranteed that Sprint God will make it due to running low on health, but, he's close, and the bird doesn't do a whole lot of damage. It's annoying. Oh, the fall damage is really what gets you. Of course there's fall damage on a game with a lot of knockback. Oh, Sprint God learned how to throw a grenade. That's huge.
Yeah, something that was actually discussed in the match room prior, since I was kind and gave everyone a manual for the game. They found out that if they put everything to a 6-button layout, X, Y, and Z are your default grenade buttons, so you don't have to do the normal 3-button layout grenade command, which is like A and B together.
Good. Very, very smart. Yeah, there are very few games that actually use the 6-button layout on the Sega Genesis, like a handful do. I like that there are some games that have an option, to enable that so that you do have easier commands. So, kudos to the developers of this game for actually thinking about that. Oh no! Belgian intelligence informs us that Indiana Jones is dead. We're sorry. Poor Indy. Rip. Aroni. You don't get to fight Nazis in the future. That's just not gonna happen, boy.
Sorry, Junior. Just not this time, buddy.
Junior! I want to say thank you, by the way, to our referees who are helping to track this match and make sure we know how much progress the players have made. The blah, blah, blah. The referees that we have are Neitzel thinks it belongs in a museum. There's also KM named the dog Indiana. Toasty Stoat, why did it have to be Stoats? Donkey Kong in the Kingdom of the Kuso Scroll. Ooh. Instruments of Kuso starring Linkura. You know what, Linkura? You would make a wonderful star. Like, you'd certainly be one of the stars of the Instruments of Kuso.
Oh man, Ogvision, I feel you there with renting Street Fighter 2 on the Genesis with only owning a 3-button controller. Having to press start to switch between your punches and your kicks was so aggravating.
What? Oh,
yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, if you did not have a 6-button controller for Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition on the Genesis, you had to press start to switch between kicking and punching, since you only had 3 buttons to use.
I don't like that, There are certain things I like in this world, and Street Fighter 2 with those stupid commands, not one of those. I played it on Super Nintendo, didn't have to deal with that problem. Oh, I played so much Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Was it Turbo on the Genesis, or was it just like non-turbo? Ooh.
That's a good question, because I honestly don't remember, because I owned a copy of Street Fighter 2 on Genesis, but I mostly played the Super Nintendo version at like friends' houses, so I didn't really touch my Genesis game because, 3-button layout was just not fun.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. Well, I put the progression up on the screen so we can see how far the players have made it. Act 1, they are still on. The counterweights are really the measured progress here for Act 1 in India.
So I'm pretty sure I saw Hatman get all 4 keystones, but they died before they could make it to the temple entrance, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, they did get 4 counterweights. The thing is, once you get into the temple, it should be a checkpoint. So,
yes.
It's very helpful to get in there.
Yeah, Best. As far as like what we're doing for the tracking itself, we're doing it based off level beaten, and then we're also doing it through stage progress. Ideally, we can match it up with the screen transitions, because every stage is broken into like multiple parts.
Yep.
But if for any reason we're in like a tie-break scenario, that's when we're going to have to do some nitty-gritty. All right, how much progress did they make on this section of the stage, or how many of the MacGuffins did they achieve before death?
Yeah, the thing is, like, almost every area of each stage is sort of a puzzle. Well, at least here in India, not necessarily later stages, but like here, puzzle is get to the stones and whip them. Next screen, I'm not going to spoil what the puzzle is, but there is one, and it'll be based off of the number of things done in there for progress. Once they've done that puzzle, they move on to the next screen, and I don't remember what that one is, so I think that one's just a side scroller.
I remember the stages in India very well.
I mean, if I'm remembering, and it is the side scroller, then that's going to be where the fun really begins.
See, I'm just kind of hoping somebody makes it to the next country, which is Tibet, because that's yeah, ice physics.
Yeah, we don't see Tibet too often when we have this match, which, you know what? I like India in this game. I think that it's stupid. And it's brutal.
No, it's very brutal. I do know when we did this for Kuso, when I brought this for Kuso Live, I think we had one of the runners actually make it to Tibet. And then I think by the 45-minute mark, our second runner also made it to Tibet at that point in time. All right, so Sprint God is on the first boss, which is a lovely dude that just jumps up in the air and throws daggers in your face.
Oh, yeah.
We're already doing the cheese strats. I'm just keeping him in the corner.
Yeah. Netman Matt, by the way, asking, what does a keystone look like? The thing is, we've already seen people interact with the keystone, and because of that, it's not going to we can't say, because Netman Matt will need to figure that out on their own. However, they've been playing around at the beginning of the stage, and all the keystones are at the end.
Yes. And, I mean, it is quite literally a keystone. It is the stone with a key on it.
Yeah, in addition, there could be information in the manual. Since you shared the manual, you know, that could be helpful here.
Sprint God is actually inside the temple now.
Yeah, look at this. Very gray. You know, I think that most temples are a little more colorful, and not just like a couple gems here and there. Unless they're Mormon temples, they're essentially the most white people temple ever. The inside is so beige. I'm not even kidding you. So, yeah, considering that they only let Mormons inside the Mormon temples, you're not missing much, everybody, unless you really, really love beige. Okay, taking a look here at the manual to see if there's any information about India. There's danger in the bazaars and sacred temples. That's it. That's all the information.
Yeah, that's all you're getting. So the puzzle for this screen is you need to use the elephant to ride around and strike the statues that are all over the temple in order to access like the next section of it, along with like this giant Shiva statue.
Yeah, some people are saying the elephant's ugly. It's not the ugliest elephant out there. It's
a cute little pachyderm.
It's not super cute. Oh, Sprint God has figured out to whip the statues. This is the puzzle part. Stand on elephant, whip up. Ignore guy with mace behind you?
Yeah, it definitely is a... Why does that guy have a mace?
I don't know. Temple guard?
Right, but I mean, it's India. Like, they mostly use, like,
Octavision
cars
meant
and
the
not
stage,
maces.
not the elephant. Okay, yeah, the stage is pretty
Okay.
ugly. I agree. Ugly for a temple. Oh no, a guy who throws his sword. Scary.
Ooh, we're stepping up in the world.
Yeah, don't let sword-throwing guys kill you, Indiana Jones. You must get away.
And Hatman is now on to the first boss of India.
So, the story of the game goes like this. Zero in on the Zeppelin. The Germans are bent on world domination. In fact, their plan to build a doomsday Zeppelin is downright twisted. To design the Zeppelin's deadly weapons, they've enlisted the world's most brilliant and sinister scientists. A dedicated German spy ring has arranged to buy weapons technologies from 4 of these scientists, each located in a different corner of the globe. As an agent of Belgian intelligence, only you, as young Indiana Jones, can save the world. Luckily for young Indy and for the rest of civilization, the French have intercepted a series of shortwave radio transmissions revealing where the transfer of plans will take place. Blah, blah, blah. Travel with young Indiana Jones to Egypt, India, London, Tibet, and more exotic locations brimming with treacherous traps and evil enemies. Wield young Indiana Jones' trusty bullwhip, pistol, and grenades to fend off temple priests, scorpions, knife-throwing thugs, and other fearsome foes. But keep your eye on the clock. If you don't beat the spy to the meeting place, the transfer of plans will be successful, pushing the world one step closer to complete chaos. Ooh, Spring God, good. Keep whipping the wheel. Whip the wheel. Oh, we got crushed.
Oh! Okay. I was about to say,
I
was
have
like,
the
where'd
audio for
music
the
go?
wrong person. Oh my gosh. That's why. Well, everybody, let me fix that. Player 3.
I feel bad for Sprint because they got it the first time, and then the giant vampire bats inside the temple are just damage boosting
There
him
we
to the point
go.
where it's just not working.
Yeah, simply put, you should keep your temple, like, clean enough that it doesn't have vampire bats in it. Or if it does, at least, like, you know, make it so that it's in an area where people won't go. I mean, also keep your spike traps out of the temple. Like, come on, what are you doing? This place isn't...
You know,
no,
also...
Spring got instant death into lava. Beautiful.
They also need to, like, maintain the floor, because if you're going to build a temple over, like, an active volcano or a lava source, you know, make sure your floors don't fall into the lava, because that's just, you know, not ideal when you're trying to go to a basic prayer ceremony.
Yeah, I mean, even if you want a sacrifice or two, they should generally know about the sacrifice before it happens. You know, you gotta say a prayer and stuff. If they just fall into the lava, that's a wasted sacrifice. You can't just be like, accept our sacrifice, deity. Nah, he's like, yeah, you didn't ask me to. I'm just taking it for myself. You know, sort of a selfish deity like that. Mind you, I don't think they do much of that in India, nor do I think that there's much lava inside the temples there. Nor do I know if there's much lava anywhere in India. I don't know. This is more like, Temple of Doom type crap.
I was about to say, like, this is definitely more of, like, the Temple of Doom flair.
Yeah, in general, I don't know. I've never been to a temple in India, but I imagine there aren't a lot of spike traps. Ooh, Jean Fluff was asking if Sprint God was getting chain knocked back from the guy's back, and my guess is yes. Even though I missed it. I love the chain knockbacks that happen in this game. Like, it makes it feel kind of unplayable at times.
Yeah, I know, like, looking up, like, reviews at the time, a lot of people enjoyed the music and the sprite details. However, the abundance of enemies, placement, and knockback mechanics was the massive penalties for a lot of people reviewing this game.
I imagine, I mean, I personally think that it's a little fun, but for the sake of playability and making consistent progress, probably not what you want. And, you know, I'm just a sicko for weird physics. And I'm happy to admit that. Give me something that makes me laugh, and I'm gonna have a grand old time. Now,
I'm honestly in the same boat. Like, we were talking in the match channel. That's funny that the manual has an advertisement for Jurassic Park on the Sega Genesis, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's actually another game I really enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some good things about it. By the way, this game was developed by Brian A. Rice Incorporated, the company that made another game that a lot of people have either heard of or seen, Tongue of the Fat Man, which is a fighting game. Yeah. I've never actually looked at it or played it or seen it for very long, but
I've actually never seen or heard of that game.
Well, there's a fat man. It's a fighting game, and it's...
Do they have a tongue?
As Chad is saying, it's such garbage. Yeah, they definitely have a tongue. Let's see, what else did they make? Electric Jigsaw? That sounds kind of fun. Home Alone for Genesis and Game Gear.
Oh, they were responsible for that.
Yeah, the Genesis Home Alone is actually pretty fun. I just don't like the circus music in the one house.
No. That music is grating.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, can we go back another game? You said, what, Electric Jigsaw?
Yeah, for DOS. It's a puzzle game, and what is it? The jigsaw puzzle for 6 pictures is proposed from a size from 6 pieces to 294 pieces. You can do a 6-piece puzzle? That's stupid. It's just a jigsaw game.
It's a puzzle. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was like a... I don't know, a game where you use like an electric jigsaw to cut out various shapes and sizes.
Now that would be fun. Ooh, they made a game called Paul's Missionary Journeys. That sounds...
That sounds riveting.
Nope, it sounds very boring. They made DOS Willow, which is... Let me see. Yeah, almost... It's an adventure game of sorts. It doesn't look fantastic, but, you know, it might be entertaining, considering it was made in, like, 89.
Is it like a point-and-click adventure game style?
There's some, like, first-person, like, almost dungeon crawlers type stuff. Let me see if there's, like, point-and-click stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's more dungeon crawler adventure, but I'm not sure if it's, like, actually... dungeon crawler, you fight things, or if you're just like trying to avoid guards.
Right.
Although there does look like a Monkey Island-esque point-and-click section going through the woods. Huh.
I don't know. I've been trying to find more like obscure point-and-click adventure games to continue to play and have fun with, and see if I can just continue my ever-growing point-and-click collection.
I mean, I'd at least check this out. It looks interesting. I'm not sure if it's a point-and-click.
I might have you send it my way.
Oh my god. Sorry, they have some of the CGA graphics up there, and those hurt.
Oh,
but
man,
yeah, this company has certainly put things out like The Boy Jesus. Okay, what is The Boy Jesus? What is this picture? Oh my gosh. Okay, let me see if I can share this.
As far as like obscure ones, the only one that I would call quote-unquote obscure is I have the 007 licensed point-and-click adventure game. that originally wasn't based on
No, Stream
Bond,
Hammer
but they
got
decided
pushed.
to give it the Bond license for the Americas. Because I think it was originally known as Operation Stealth, but then they called it 007 James Bond: The Stealth Affair, which was done by Delphine Software International.
Ooh. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm pulling up a picture from the Boy Jesus, and it says the Baker Street Kids, and has these kids in there, which look very 70s like. Let me tell you. I don't know. What did they have to do with the Boy Jesus? Did they kidnap him? Don't kidnap Jesus. It's weird.
I'm kind of surprised there wasn't like a weird chibi child version of Sherlock Holmes, if we're gonna call it the Baker Street Kids.
I know, right? Okay, let me see. Oh, it looks like they're putting on a school play about Jesus. That's fine, whatever. Or a church play. So it's probably slightly comedic, like as comedic as you can get with a school, like a Sunday school theme stuff, you know, which is like, you know, a lot of comedy is very like, you know, yuck. And that's about as much laughter as you're going to get out of it. No, Stream Hatman! Like, you have the right idea occasionally to whip the wheel in the middle, but really just whip it, whip it, whip it.
I remember correctly during Kuso Live, one of our competitors found that you could get a quick kill on the gears by lobbing grenades at it.
Yeah, the grenades certainly can do it. Nope, whipping... The thing is, the game gives, like, no feedback when you're whipping the wheel. So it's very easy to be confused, and Sprint God is on to the boss of the stage. Watch out. Oh, and there Sprint God goes into the lava. The thing is, it's fine if you die once, but not if you game over. So
yes.
Sprint God technically completed the level. But unfortunately, due to dying while completing it, didn't move on to the next level. So I would say if somebody gets there and dies without getting a game over, then they move into the victory, or into the lead. If someone gets there and kills the boss without getting a game over, they also move into the lead. Like, you know, that is our current threshold. Not getting a game over on that fight.
Yeah, so right now, in order for a stage to count as a victory, first objective is to make it to the boss before the time runs out. The time can run out and you can make it to the boss, but by that point in time, the German secret double agent thingamadoodad has already like stolen like the weapon plans from the scientist, and the stage will be considered a failure even though the game will let you continue. So our players need to make it to the boss before the time runs out.
Are you requiring them to beat the boss?
Yes.
So if they lose to the boss and don't get a game over, they have to reset?
Yes.
Oh no, that's mean.
Yes, but it's Kuso.
I mean, yeah, it's Kuso. Okay, so there we go. We know a little bit more how the progress works there, that they will have to beat the boss, and if they don't, it's as good as falling into the lava.
Because if we have a player that is able to make it to the bosses and then just either dies on purpose, like, if they're competent, we could get through all 4 stages.
I mean, won't
so in order to make sure that...
Isn't it like if you lose to 2 of the bosses that you get a full game over, or am I misremembering?
If memory serves me correct, it's either 2 or 3.
Gotcha. So they wouldn't be able to get to stage 3 or 4. They'd have to actually learn how to beat the bosses.
Yes. So to try to make sure that we're keeping like game progression as as legitimate as we can, I want them to actually be able to defeat the bosses.
All right.
Listen, with India alone, I figured we'd probably have a few people struggle with the keystones, and then we'd have people struggle with the gears of chaos and the spike death pit.
Yeah.
So anyone getting to the boss would be a winner in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, Spring God got there fairly early, very early, whatever. And that's not too much of a surprise. Spring God is a solid player here in Kusogrande. I, am not shocked at how he's doing. Okay, time to fight Nerd in front of Temple. Yeah, watch out. The birds will fly out of the temple when you open the doors. Oh no, rain of daggers. Yeah, gotta stand a little ways away from the boss and then just keep whipping him. While you have bullets, why waste them on that guy, I feel like if you are going on an adventure and expect that you're going to have to use your gun, you might want to bring a few more bullets, But then again, you don't have a whole lot of pockets. And bullets do take up space. Maybe this is a realistic number of bullets to have.
I think they start off with 12 shots, so that's, for a 6-shot revolver, especially if you're trying to travel light, that's about accurate to have.
Yeah.
6 in the chamber and 6 in your pocket.
Yep. And, Indiana Jones isn't always trying to shoot people. It usually just gets to the point where he's like, well, I gotta start shooting.
I'm gonna say, like Toasty has stated, he's only young and he has a bullet allowance. Plus, I don't think he has his deep pockets of Guybrush Threepwood like he does in Fate of Atlantis.
Oh my god, yeah. I love Fate of Atlantis. It's a fantastic game. Anybody who hasn't played Fate of Atlantis, one of the better point-and-click games that you can play. I would say not very comedic, surprisingly. Like, LucasArts, very well known for their comedy, and while there are a few moments of genuine humor there, I'd say much less comedy than almost any other game they have.
I will tell people, if you're looking for something that feels as a very authentic Indiana Jones adventure, like Fate of Atlantis, you cannot go wrong with. It's still, to this day, one of my favorite Indiana Jones games, with Great Circle being the second one.
Spring God! I haven't played Great Circle.
It's so good. Machine Games knocked it out of the park with that. And Troy Baker sounds very, very close to Harrison Ford in his spoken dialogue. I highly, highly recommend Great Circle to anybody. It is a fantastic Indiana Jones adventure.
Okay, that's good to know. Felt like a full movie, as people say. Which one is Great Circle? When did that come out?
That came out last year.
Okay, it's the 3D one. I honestly would be willing to give that a shot. I just know that it was a little expensive, but if it's on Xbox Game Pass or whatever, sure, maybe I'll do that.
I'm about to say, yeah, I purposely upgraded my PC to play Great Circle because of the requirements weren't up to my PC specs. But yeah, I did a full playthrough on Game Pass, and I think it's has a decent sale going on right now through the Steam Summer Sale.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying not to spend too much money because, I've been pretty light on the income, but I did get a tiny bonus from the artist who, hired me to work on the NES game, or commissioned, I'd say. And so that's been nice. She's like, you've been doing good. Have some money. And I'm like, yay, money. No, Spring God, you're beaten badly. The enemy now has the plans. Spring God needs to reset, right?
They can reset if they want to. They could also take this time to possibly scout out Tibet as the next stage. But if they want to get the credit for the stage beat, they will need to beat the boss.
Yeah. Yep. That is gonna have to be a reset. Yes. So, unfortunately, back to the beginning. Gotta learn how to deal with the German knockback, you know? That's one of the Germans' greatest strengths. I assume that young Indiana Jones was like more World War I time, right?
Yes.
Because you can't always be in World War II. That's just not how reality works. So we're dealing with the World War I Germans, and they had already developed knockback by this time. It's pretty terrifying.
Yes, Zelaxon, you can just lose the game if you don't actively beat the bosses. The Germans will get enough of the scientist plans and blueprints to destruct their doomsday zeppelin, and you just can't do anything about it.
Oh, yeah. Mackie
kind
is
of
trying to figure this out and is doing a, like, I think has the idea looking at the statues. There we go, whipping them.
There we
Good. Yeah. Mackie, mind you, has not made it past Act 2, so this is a good amount of knowledge. Netman Matt, still trying to figure out Act 1. Remember, one person will be eliminated from Kusogrande this match, so they need to make a little progress, and Matt is currently the struggling one here. Of course, this match has a little bit you know, I believe that it has people with slightly different scores, considering with either 14 or 15 points, you know. So slightly different routes that they took to get here in Kusogrande. I wouldn't say that that's a significant difference from, like, between any of the players here. They're all essentially on the same level. But you never really know if a game is going to be your strength or your weakness.
And especially a game like this, which has a combination of, like, platform and action, but then also those, like, puzzle elements to it. So it could be just a case of just not being able to figure out the puzzle section for a stage, but then, you know, they'll excel at the standard side-scrolling action portions of the stages.
Yeah, I do want to say hi to the people who are watching over on YouTube. You know, we're starting to get a slightly more regular double-digit crowd over there, and I appreciate it. Good to see y'all. And, of course, the usual plasma gun in chat. It's always a joy to see your silly comments happening over there, even if I don't always react to them. I love them.
Being able to fail missions in this reminds me of another Indiana Jones game, which was Taito's take on Last Crusade. Because you have, like, the standard Last Crusade that, like, everyone and their mother ported on everything from NES, Genesis, Game Gear, Game Boy. I think there was an Amiga port and a DOS port of it. But Taito did a very interesting take in which you actually go through different scenes of the movie. But every stage has both a win and fail mechanic where it's possible to fail the stage. And if you fail enough stages, you don't get what you need to make it to the Grail Temple to go after the Cup of Christ.
Oh, not the Cup of Christ. You know what? I remember playing a lot of DOS Last Crusade, specifically the LucasArts point and click. And let me tell you, I never got past the Nazi castle. Why? Because of the fighting. And let me tell you why. The fighting required you to use numbers 1 through 9, obviously on a numpad, right? Well, me, as a stupid kid, did not realize that the numpad was an option and instead used the numbers at the top of the keyboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm like, these controls are so hard. Why did they make it like this? Like, and I started getting fairly decent at it, but like, yeah, using the numbers at the top of your keyboard instead of the numpad is exponentially harder, and so I never beat the Germans.
Honestly,
I should go back.
The German castle was a point of contention for me. I I think I ended up resulting to a guide to try to find the best pathway through that didn't require fighting. Because yeah, the fighting in that game was terrible. They made it slightly better for Fate of Atlantis.
Yes.
But I'm happy that that game predominantly has multiple paths through it where you don't have to fight a single enemy.
I think that I would be fine doing it now, like, because I've done much more numpad fighting these days, and I know that the numpad correlates to the direction, and also if you hit like 1, 4, and 7, because that is backwards for your character, that's defense. Like, the controls make sense to me as an adult. And that would be enough for me to get through. Not only that, but like, you can save after every single fight if you'd like. You should make multiple saves, obviously, because if you take a lot of damage during one fight, you probably have a harder fight coming up, and you may wish to reload if you're not able to get through that, you know? But
and I think
like,
there's
I
only
don't mind
one
it.
section of the castle that actually has like 1 health pickup. So you really have to make sure you are on your toes with the fighting. Otherwise, that castle is just no.
Yeah,
And that castle also has a very important piece to the overarching puzzle that if you miss it, you're going to be taking a blind guess at the very end of the game.
Oh, really? Well, at least you can save, Scummit. Oh, Nem and Matt trying to shoot straight up. Nem and Matt, though, on to Act 3 of the castle. That's huge. Yeah, like, he is really making up time, and I very much appreciate that.
Let's see, I can't see the current scores, but I think with that, I think that brings Nenemat up to 3rd. I think they've made it to the gears quicker than Mackie did.
Yeah, I know that, if I'm not mistaken, Stream Hatman is listed first Iron Maiden. That means that not getting through that. Oh my gosh, Nem and Matt lucky knockback in between the lava pits. Here's the deal, knockback like this can be annoying, but it can also be a lifesaver if you get really, really lucky.
Oh, so Nememat's trying to take care of the bats before like the next like section, because as we've seen these players before, if you accidentally get to like the gear crushers with a bat on screen, that knockback is an instant death sentence if you can't take care of the gear.
Oh yeah.
Sweet, that's it. Sprint God actually has credit for beating India.
Yes!
So,
we're moving on to Tibet. Fantastic. Sprint God Nem and Matt is probably going to be the next person to reach the boss, honestly, based off of how they're doing right here. Yes, we're seeing the boss. Nem and Matt moves from 4th to 2nd place. Just need to beat the German. If you beat the German dude, you could move into 1st. Nope.
Nope. Unfortunately, now Sprint God has to deal with both ice physics and flying fish. And, yeah, the flying fish can cause knockback that cause you to fall into the icy lake.
Not the icy lake! Well, you know, Sprint God getting a game over. Bonus Lizard, thank you for the gift subs. Oh my gosh. Highly appreciated for those 5 gift subs. You are incredibly generous here, and I really appreciate that. Yeah, the majority of my income does come through Twitch subs, and we try to give out over $2,000 worth of prizes each year. I do that from my own pocket. Even though I don't make a lot of money, I still think that it's important that we have some sort of like competition event in the speedrunning world where, you know, we give out prizes. So I like to be able to keep doing that, and all of your help is very, very appreciated.
Bells above, there is a very good chance Indy could run into 1010 while venturing through Tibet. Did they ever do like an Indiana Jones crossover in like the 1010 comics? and like future Tintin stuff?
I have no idea. I feel like it might be a little bit surprising, but I'm not sure that's a bad thing. I don't know. Let me see.
Yes, Tintin.
Okay.
Tintin at this point is just like the moniker for like young adventurous boy, just like how 007 is just like a moniker that's like passed down throughout the 00 world.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently there was some artist who did an Indiana Jones, like a few pictures that were essentially Indiana Jones in the style of Tintin. But other than that,
Cute.
yeah, I mean, I kind of dig it. Let me share one of these pictures because it's pretty good. Oh, it's a web P. Fine. P on your web. Hi, Justin. Here you go. There, Indy and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. I love the detail in here. Again, this is not official, but like, look at him looking at the snake.
Oh, that's super good.
Yeah, it's cute.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, look at Indiana Jones here. It's a snake. Yeah.
A little death noodle.
You've got education going on over there, and then bottom left, what do we have here? We've got Indiana Jones.
With the monkey.
Yeah, drinking with the monkey. Got to do that sometimes. And then on the right side, kapow. Bam. Fighting the Mustachio Man. It's good stuff.
The airplane mechanic.
Yeah, oh, that's right. And then he's like, oh no, I'm sorry you're going into the propeller, but at the same time, you almost made me go into propeller. Goodbye. I'll share the link to the pictures that I'm seeing here because there are quite a few. The 6 of them. There are 6 of them. I'm not going to share them all right now, but y'all can take a look at the link later on. Oh no. Over on YouTube, they're saying, I regret to inform you that Indiana Jones donated his life to the Make-A-Fish Foundation. Oh, poor Indy. Yeah, Nem and Matt, though, has done a fantastic job of catching up here, making Mackie Garou and Stream Hatman, the ones in risk of getting eliminated. But if either of them can make it to the boss, that's solid progress. That marks, it's difficult to pass that point because you have to kill the boss in order to move on from there. So getting to the boss, that's really what they should hopefully try to do. Oh yeah, sorry, I was just seeing on Stream Hatman's screen, the guy with the mace, for some reason it turns into a fan?
Yeah, it like he can like launch it forward, he presses a button and it turns into like a, I don't know, like a Vegematic?
I don't want to be Vegematic.
Would you like a pocket fisherman then?
What?
There are a bunch
Just
of
give me a
TV
knife.
products.
Well, I mean, hand it to me. Don't stab me with the knife, okay? Because that would be better than being Vegematic, but not by much.
Yeah, no, anytime I think of like Vegematics, I just go straight to the Weird Al Yankovic song based off of Mr. Popale, like one of the original like as seen on TV personalities.
Oh yeah. That sounds familiar. What's the song?
It's in the style of like the B-52s where it's like, I need a Vegematic. I need a pocket fisherman. I need a device that lets me scramble an egg on the inside of its own shell.
Oh yeah, like I've heard that song. I know that. I don't think I really understood it when I first heard it. Sprint God through the boss. It turns out grenades really all you need. Netman Matt trying to fight with a gun. Now you got grenades. Yeah. I'm not sure how big the hitbox is for the grenade, but it seems pretty ridiculous. Oh my gosh, Netman Matt.
I'm just watching Nenemat just fly all over the place.
Yeah, this German is wild, okay? I'm telling you. This is, yeah, the German is down.
Yeah, that's that.
Is beating it. Oh my gosh, moving on to Tibet. This is a possibility of the Netman Matt actually moving into first place, depending on how well he can do. Sprint God does not know. Like, they both have 4 lives.
This was a really impressive catch-up, going from 4th to right on the heels of 1st.
Yeah. Wow, these jumps are stupid. Yeah, the momentum in this game is kind of ridiculous. If a fish hits you, you gotta... Don't try to keep making it to the platform that you were going for. Let it knock you back onto the platform that you started from. Oh no, Stream Hatman dead again. Mackie Guru has the whip strats here. Should be able to make it to the boss and lock in progress as long as you don't fall into the lava. There you go, Mackie, on to the boss. Here we go. Take the German down. Don't fall into the lava. Them's the rules here. And now, shoot. Throw your grenades. Throw your grenades. Grenade. No!
Oh! Not the lava!
That's all right.
I like Nememat attempting to just whip the crates to see what's on the inside. Ooh, good recovery, too. I think at this point, with the time remaining, it's going to be, I think, down to this point, who can make it to the transition to Act 2 of Tibet. Ooh, jeez, and Nenemat takes the lead.
Wow, Nenemat into the next area of Tibet? I don't think I've ever seen this part.
I have also never seen nor actually made it here myself because I get hung up on the lake.
Yeah, this is huge. Now, I'm not moving the audio there because we have had some stuttering on Netman Matt's screen, so I'm just going to leave it as is with Sprint God giving us audio. However, I'm very much enjoying how Netman is doing. Act 3?
3?
Okay. Turns out Act 2, you just jump a bunch.
Yeah, and Act 3 is more of the same. So now you're climbing this giant tower in Tibet while taking care of, you know, lasers, tigers, rawr, you know, standard things inside of an ancient Tibetan monk temple.
I like the tigers. They're wearing, like, vests or something. Not sure what. They're good vests. They're like high visibility so that, you know, because Orange Tiger isn't visible enough inside of a temple. I mean, yes, it's
they
supposed
are
to be
emotional.
camouflage.
They're emotional support tigers.
I think they're doing the opposite of supporting emotionally. They're emotional. What's the opposite of support?
Hindrance?
Hindrance, damaging, emotional.
Emotional damaging tigers?
Emotionally damaging tigers, yes. Oh, the German Netman Matt's at the boss?
Yes, and now you need to fight off a German while you have to deal with a device that could potentially come down and crush you.
Yeah, it may be a one-hit kill based off of what we've seen here. It looks like the German's trying to kick Matt out of the window.
Yes, which it is possible for Indy to fly out of the window, so Nememat has to be very careful. He's got a they got a grenade, so maybe they're waiting to possibly like use as like
there we go.
Never mind.
The boss is down. What the crap? We saw Tibet cleared? What is this? Okay, I'm gonna swap the audio over and just see if we have consistent audio. If it's jittery video but consistent audio, whatever, we'll live. Ooh.
Wow, what a comeback. What an absolute comeback.
From 4th to 1st, that doesn't happen very often, especially this far into a match. Like, fantastic job. Sprint God on to Act 2. Okay, Sprint God, like, the rest of these acts go really fast. So if Sprint God can just, you know, keep to his name, he could potentially move out of 2nd place. Honestly, none of the places are completely solid at this point, and to say that with 4 minutes left, you know, that's a little rare, but there is a possibility of somebody just making a little bit more progress, and if anyone makes a little bit more progress, it could throw one of the other players into the danger zone. Sprint God in Act 3, the tower. Like I said, things are going fast. 4 extra lives as well, so, like, you know, this is working out.
So right, Nenomat is dealing with the main gimmick of this stage is you have to deal with these sandstorms that are blowing through Egypt. You can either run against the wind, or if you come across one of these holes in the ground, you can use that to make sure you don't get knocked back further and losing valuable progress in the stage.
Yeah, with this soldier right in front of Matt, like, oh, there we go. Yep, never mind, that's death. Okay, just about 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. We're very close to the end here. Oh yeah, that wind is strong. And it also has lag. Why is there like a plunger explosive right next to my sand hole? Who put that there?
You know,
Sprint God up against the Nazi. We've got a lot of grenades here, and no, out the window.
No!
That is a loss for Sprint God. That is the end of his attempt. We will not see a swap between 2nd and 1st place. That locks it in.
Oh, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Yeah, with what, 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes left in the time. There is no way Sprint can catch up to Nenomat now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay, but can Stream Hatman make it to the boss in the next minute and a half and kill the boss? If so, that would be a lead change, but Mackie is onto the boss as well, using grenades, which is the right strategy. Do you even have to, like, throw the grenade in a specific direction at all? No, Mackie! Mackie is dead. Stream Hatman, you are the only one who can change places here. You are in last, but you could potentially move into 1st. Ooh, Mackie saying, cool game, love it. Yeah, tell you what, I know people's opinions are forming around this game. Oh my gosh, Stream Hatman, this might be the last Iron Maiden. What can you do here? Go, 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 go. Oh, the spikes. Too many spikes.
Yeah, as far as the grenade go, as long as you throw it in the general direction of the boss, the splash damage should be enough to take it out.
Okay, Hatman, you are into the boss room. No. Oh, and using grenades immediately. This is a good idea. No!
No!
Oh, I'm not surprised. That happens to pretty much everybody the first time they play this game.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, my heart. Oh, wow.
Well, that is time, everybody. Give it up to all of our players, but especially Netman Matt, who took a clear victory, making it to Act 1 of Egypt. Nobody else made it that far. Sprint God made it to Act 3 of Tibet, putting him in 2nd place. Mackie Guru in 3rd, and Stream Hatman in 4th. Unfortunately, taking Stream Hatman out of the competition. But at the same time, you don't have to play our bad games anymore. So, you know, isn't it actually a victory? Let me go ahead and welcome.
That's a real win in my eye.
Oh, yeah. let me welcome Netman Matt in. Yeah, I think Netman is going to feel a little surprised taking the victory here. We'll have to see. Yeah, Hatman saying, I love having zero visual feedback to puzzle solving. Yeah, some of the puzzles definitely. It's a little rough there.
Yeah, the lack of feedback, it just makes it hard to tell if you're actually damaging the enemies or actually hitting the puzzle elements.
Yeah. Well, I'm just seeing if Matt's gonna come and join us to chat for a little bit. We'll see. I honestly, though, like, I do not hate this game. I kind of love it in quite a few ways because it is, like, while it is wild to control, like, that wildness is kind of fun, in my opinion. It actually looks like somebody else can give us good feedback here. Hello, Netman Matt, and congratulations. You are the victor, making it all the way to Egypt. What the crap?
What? Yeah, no, you put on quite a show going from dead last all the way to first with one killer of a run.
Yeah, we were watching, and I was like, Matt is so far behind. Oh my god. Matt is just like has no hope. And then suddenly, last to first.
That's what happens when you leave the worst level in the entire game, which is the first one. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the worst level in the game. It's rough.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So, like, what was so bad about this game?
So, I was okay. Let me try to articulate this. Your weapons, your gun and your grenade are fine. Because with your grenade, it actually hits a huge hitbox, like top to bottom, left to right. Your gun, pretty solid. You can keep hitting things, and because of the weird physics of this game, if you shoot while you're taking damage, you just, like, get iframes and can walk through things. Like, those are fine. Why is this whip like this? Why is the whip run on physics on the Sega Genesis, where A, it needs a certain amount of momentum before it registers as damage, B, it's not trying to register damage checks on every frame, and C, if you hit something else, it will negate anything else you're doing. Like, say if you're, I don't know, whipping upward, and you grab something, it won't, like, deal damage as you're doing it, or if you're, like, hitting a bird, you won't grab. It just won't, like, do anything?
It's one or the other. Yeah, even if it remains like a tiny hitbox that does a tiny bit of damage, that still would be pretty reasonable, you know? Yeah, you're saying that this game experience was miserable. You weren't a big fan of the game. Understandable. But is there anything, like, redeemable about this? Or okay, so nothing so far.
I'm thinking. I think, like, if the whip weren't completely, like, scuffed, and, like, enemies weren't active well, I can't say if enemies were active off screen, because the thing is if you know where something is, you can hit it off screen. You just can't see it. You can interact with things off screen. So, like, I feel like if this game screen was larger, this game would be way more bearable, and if the whip worked.
Okay, if the whip worked.
Because, like, the momentum is weird, but, like, they had enough common sense that if you get hit by something, it doesn't do much damage to you.
Yeah.
The way, like, bouncing on the, I need to mute this game, this is driving nuts. If you, like, the whip grab stuff, when it works, is intuitive, which is more than I can say for, like, Super Castlevania. Yeah, like someone said in chat, Super Castlevania 4, you do, like, similar, like, whip swings, and that's, like, less, like, wouldn't say like one is better than the other. It's just like I like the concept of like going through the levels to like beat a boss and you have a time limit. The tower level was actually pretty interesting, even though like honestly, the thing with this game is that the winning move is to not interact with anything, which is kind of disappointing. But like the ideas of like, hey, there's crushers coming around you and you need to break it with your whip, or
like, how did you feel about like some of the light puzzle elements that the game offered?
So the funny part is the reason why I was stuck on level 1 for so long is because the hint tells you go through the bazaar and whip the keystones to enter the door. And like to me that sounds like, okay, so they're on the way. So, because of the way the census is structured, because I ran... The literal first thing I did was run all the way to the end and see if I can find the keystones, because, like, obviously. And then I didn't see them. And, like, the blocks that you're supposed to jump on are the same color and barely stand out from the rest of the pyramid thing. So, I didn't understand that you could jump up there. So, because the hint... Because, A, the hint tells you... You need to run through the bazaar and whip the stones, and B, was specifically told to make sure I read the telegrams before every stage. That made me think, okay, so what it's actually trying to tell me is that they're hidden throughout the market. And, like, that's why it took me so long. Because I was, like, doing a pixel hunt through the market for, like, 15 minutes until I realized, oh, I'm supposed to jump up here. Yeah. And I thought it was boned. And then as soon as I interacted with the birds, I was like, oh, this is RNG, so I just need to have better RNG here. Okay.
Okay.
So this could still work out. Yeah. And then, like, oh my gosh. Like,
I guess last question that I really have, like, because this game obviously is bad, but do you feel like it's compelling bad? Like somebody who is a fan of bad games might enjoy this, or is this like the type of bad game that you don't personally find enjoyable at all?
If the whip was more consistent, I would say yes. That's like the big bummer here, is that like the whip just does not work. Like, I even tried, like, spinning it around myself, and that technically gives you, like, a Castlevania-esque, like, whip barrier kind of hitbox, but because it's so close to you, and because the game needs to register a specific amount of, like, momentum before it'll register something as damage, often something will hit you and you will, like, deal no damage. If you traded with it, that would be something, but, like, you don't even get that. And because the whip is, like, so granular and when it actually deals damage, like, it's the hitbox is on the whip. But, like, slightly offset in a weird way, because you could see when I was whipping upward, I needed to make sure the whip touched ever so slight, like, an invisible hitbox was ever so slightly above the tip of the whip to actually grab the poles above me. So it's like, it isn't visually, like, even if it was, like, visually consistent but worked badly, it'd be like, okay, I just have to deal with this. But it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, with that said, like, this is a game that I want to try personally sometime. It seems to, like, hit a lot of the notes that I like, and I personally am not disappointed that the whip doesn't work as a weapon. I don't know. I feel like whips generally don't work too well as weapons. They might scare people, but oh no, I sting a little bit.
Yeah, they do give you a lot of bullets though, so if you know where the bullet pickups are, that probably makes things way more bearable.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much. I want to give you a shout or a chance to give any plugs about you or other events, or if you're not doing anything right now that people should know about, any games that you've been loving. What are you doing these days?
Current thing that I'm doing is I'm like slowly streaming through Fantasy Maiden Wars and Super Robot Wars Y on my channel, and I'm doing that like every Monday. The Super Robot Wars run is like a no upgrade run because I like to do challenge runs of those games.
Ooh.
Yeah, other than that, nothing really presentable right now. I'm working on like a translation or two for some things that isn't presentable yet, but I'm working on it.
It's fine.
Yeah, and then other than that, I guess I'll just shout out like my current obsession right now. Read Undead Unluck. It's very good.
Undead Unluck.
Undead Unluck. It's very good. I've been reading it over the past 2 weeks. It's been very, very good.
Okay, good to know. I might have to check that out. Well, what about you, Seth? Anything that you are doing that people should know? Anything you want to plug?
I've just been streaming Mondays and Fridays. Mondays, I've been slowly going through Wild Arms 3 on the PlayStation 2, and on Fridays, I've been playing through the Star Fox series as a celebration of the Switch 2 release previously last week. So I'm about to go through Star Fox Zero on the Wii U.
Sweet! Well, if you'd like, feel free to check them out and check out any of our players because they truly have done a fantastic job. We'll go ahead and let you go and move on to the next game. Take care, friends!
Take care!
Bye!
Have a good one.
Yeah! Well, everyone, this is Kusogrande, the Bad Video Game Tournament, and I don't know why I do a station identification at the beginning, but welcome to my life. The station is Brosencha. Whatever. This is the channel. The channel. Yeah, we're gonna go to the channel called Brosencha. I am making an NES video game, and the first demo, which is broken, and, you might be able to find some really weird stuff. It's up for subs and people who have joined my Patreon, and if people wish... Yeah, it's an NES game. I know. I'm making an NES game. And so if you wish, you can go ahead and access those. If you aren't able to pay, that's completely fine. You can just send me a DM or, honestly, anyone who has subbed is welcome to share the demo as well. I don't mind. The priority is to get it seen, and I will share it with people regardless of how they're doing financially. Well, crappy, let's go ahead and head to the game reveal for game number 2. And, oh no, you're gonna get whipped! Not like it damages anything. Crappy is hard as, I can't just say crappy's hard, because that's gonna sound wrong. Plastic. I don't know, you can whip plastic and it won't break. Sometimes it'll break. I don't know. Whatever. Crappy's cool. Everybody say hello to our second GM of the day. Great. Yeah, let's just move on from what I've been talking about here because, oh my god. It's the Armadillo pick. Hello, Clades.
Hi.
Hi.
So I heard some of your comments during the previous game, and I have to ask you not to pee on any webs during the match.
You know what? I don't remember me saying that, but I won't. I'll try
you
not
did.
to.
100%.
I'm not gonna pee on the webs. Okay.
Okay, that's good, because the star of the game would not appreciate that. What do you think about games that have really awful setups and are about pressing switches?
Oh God. No, that's like a collectathon, but less inspired somehow.
Yeah, yeah. But the title music is something else. We've got Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man specifically, on the Amiga.
Paragon Software just slinging some crap around here. We're going to see how the players react to it because they've got 1 hour to try to make as much progress as they can. Whoever does takes the victory. Whoever doesn't only gets 2 points. And because this match is specifically a 10-point match for round 2, that means that everybody is moving on. It is very safe for these players. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they took first in their first match. They're getting their second match now, and I have no idea how they'll do, but let's go ahead and hear some sounds here. Now, they are playing against a killer zombie here, Jerry Eris, because of that, their placement will affect Hoptor, Loco Klaus, and Ritz Blues. If Jerry Eris takes first, they can only get as high as second place, and that affects how long they may be in this tournament. So let me go ahead and see if the players are ready, because I am. What would be some good emotes for chat to spam?
Oh, you know, spiders, switches, anything to do with technical issues because the setup was a bear.
Technical issues. Okay, anything that's like broken, glitchy Spider-Man. Broken, glitchy Spider-Man as well. That would work. Yeah, or just spiders, or if you don't have anything related, men will work.
Of course.
Okay, it looks...
Spiders, men's spiders.
Just waiting for Loco Klaus to confirm, and then we will begin. Okay, there we go. Spam your emotes. Spider-Man. Okay, as soon as the countdown ends, I will start a timer when I see movement in the game. So it is starting very soon.
And this is not quite what I think most people would expect from a Spider-Man game. You've got tiny little Spider-Man just kind of bumping around the level. There's an R2-D2 for some reason.
Okay.
You're just standing on a helicopter as it moves up and down. That's not how that works. But it does here.
Have you ever been on a helicopter before? How would you know?
I don't. Normally those blades move real fast.
Yeah. I mean, that's true.
Now, it is noteworthy that on the screen that Hobtor was just on, it is possible to glitch and get to the very last screen of the game. Well, it's possible to get to the last screen of the game and then do a glitch and beat the game right away. I told them not to do this because it won't count.
That's cool.
So this is a game mostly about pressing switches to keep going, and there's not a whole lot of combat. There's mostly enemy avoiding and swinging around awkwardly on webs. We're tracking progress by getting to checkpoints and how many screens you've reached between checkpoints. Because tracking by the number of switches pressed, while more accurate, would probably make the refs hate me a lot.
You know, the title screen music gets you so ready for this game, and then suddenly you're just crawling around like a gremlin most of the time.
And one of my favorite things is really how Spider-Man can just stand upright on the walls and walk straight up and then jump.
Yeah. I still love the gremlin crawl, though. It's so good. Okay.
This game is not good, but it has a little bit of charm, which is my favorite kind.
I mean, it seems like a puzzle platformer here. We're trying to figure out what to do, where to go.
100%.
Not a good puzzle platformer, but one nonetheless.
We do have some slimy floors that you just slide across.
Ritz Blues opened the door, by the way, and will be going through. I believe this is a little more progress than most other people. Loco Klaus has skelly legs.
Yeah, that's your health bar. It's not just Spider-Man there for Spider-Man's sake. You turn into a skeleton as you lose health.
My legs.
It's great.
I love it so much.
This game had a couple of versions. Like the DOS version is almost identical. I think it had music in the stages, so we weren't having that. I think I should have though, because like I said, the setup didn't want to go. But we made it here. We're fine. Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and put some music on because it is very boring without music. Mind you, a game like this, generally it's going to be interesting enough while you're playing it that like a lack of music might seem a little bit weird, but it's not really a big deal. I played a lot of Atari games when I was young, you know? And the number of those that did not have music during the game was incredibly high. In fact, it was more a rarity to have music during a game. The ones that did, though, were a blast. Yeah.
So I can tell you, the problem I had when I was testing this for a while is I didn't realize that this was an elevator.
the thing that Ritz
Ritz
Blues is on.
Blues
Ritz
and
Blues
Jerry
has
Harris are
already
in.
made it move down.
Loco has made it to the first checkpoint room and is trying to figure out how to get up onto the clapper.
Okay.
They do need to clap the clapper.
Oh, it's a film clapper?
It's a film clapper.
What if
I
you're
don't
in the
remember-
clapper when you make a clap? Oh, there we go.
There,
It clapped.
all right.
Checkpoint.
That is checkpoint. That is probably first place. Maybe?
So, maybe. How,
oh yeah, that's first place.
How is progress being tracked here?
So I said earlier, checkpoints, and then how many rooms you've gone through since the last checkpoint.
Gotcha.
So that does put Loco in the lead because nobody else has gotten to the checkpoint yet. Well,
Ritz
Blues is getting
almost
there.
has it.
He just has to make it clap.
Do. Just by climb. Oh, if you get on top of it. There
Yep,
you go.
yep.
Don't fall into the
All right.
whatever it is below. The
And yes, as
glowy
mentioned in
stuff.
chat, this is one of those games where every room has a name.
Yeah, take one. It looks like Jerry getting the checkpoint. That puts Jerry in third place. Hoptor currently behind.
Currently
Honestly,
trying to fight RoboCop, but I don't think you can actually fight RoboCop. You can just stun him.
I'm glad that we've got RoboCop and R2-D2 as enemies in the game so far, you know?
I don't know what they're doing here, but I don't know, they can hang out.
Well, of course, we have referees who are helping to track this game, make sure that we know how far the players have made it. I very much appreciate the work that they're doing, and I see a couple of them hastily changing their names because that's just tradition at this point. So going from bottom to top, we've got Alapex is a menace. We've also got the human, Garfield the Lightning. Scary. Your friendly neighborhood Buster Curry. See, better than being a menace, Alapex. You can be a friendly neighborhood. You know? Linkura hates Amiga. And finally, Hazel Shade 12. All 5 of these referees helping out just to make sure that we know how much progress has been made and checking to make sure that things are done within the rules that were provided. If someone randomly beats the game, that's not how it works, and we might miss how it happened because there are 4 things on the screen, so, you know, the refs are watching individual streams to make sure. They put in a lot of work, and I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, reffing is a lot more work than commentating, I think, having done both. The amount of attention I'm paying to the streams cannot compare.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I mean, to be fair, it's a different skill set as well. Like, commentating, making sure that things are interesting is always a little bit hard. But, yeah, like, I think that reffing is officially, like, more work.
You have to actually be focused. I just have to talk. This is easier.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is that I've got like 5 hours here. That's the main quote-unquote difficulty, if you would like to call it that.
Yeah, I get to bail out after one, so that's good.
Yeah. And then after the weekend, sometimes I'm like, my throat feels a little bit sore. I wonder why. I also can't say like half of the words in the English dictionary correctly after a full weekend.
What a mystery. Now, naturally, checkpoints being checkpoints, if they die, they can just go back to the most recent checkpoint they were on.
Yeah. I think Ritz Blues is
Jerry
trying
has
to figure out where to
wandered
go
all
here.
the way back to the start for some reason.
I mean, Ritz Blues also went pretty close to the start. This is a
They
little
may
bit
be
of an
lost.
exploration game. Like, it can be a little easy to get lost here. Question about this game, because Amiga games tend to be brutal when it comes to extra lives and continues, but there is a checkpoint system. So how do continues work, or extra lives?
So, if you die, you go back to the menu.
Okay.
And from the menu, there is an option to continue from any of the checkpoints that you've reached for.
So, in other words, this might be the kindest Amiga game in existence, because you can... That's infinite continues.
Yeah.
I love
Which,
it.
you know, it might be I believe this originally was a multi-platform like initial release. I don't think it was
can't
made.
imagine.
Wait here, let me look up here. Okay, 1990. The original release was Commodore 64 and Amiga, and then it was ported to IBM, Amstrad, CPC, and the Atari ST.
Well, it was also on DOS.
And it was later on DOS. Well, I said IBM PC, which would be DOS, generally speaking.
Fine. Yeah. I definitely didn't play this when I was young, but, you know, there's something cute about Loco Klaus becoming a like a skeleton wearing the top half of a Spider-Man costume and like getting what are those shorts or the pants that women wear that don't go all the way down but are longer than shorts? Yeah, it's like found a pair of blue capris. That's your spot. Like, it's a skeleton doing cosplay and just didn't have the full costume, you know?
I didn't think I was gonna have to consider skeletons and capris today, but
It's Kusogrande. You're the one who gave the game out after all.
that's true.
Now, the game was developed by Oxford Digital Enterprises. Yeah, founded in 1983. Definitely an older type of company. Let me see. We're starting to get music to replay here. Let's go to this. Sure. But yeah, the company made other games like Team Yankee, Gaza's Super Soccer. Okay. I don't think it's the same Gaza that we think about these days. Macbeth on Commodore 64. What? Oh. Okay, that looks like it's just a text adventure game, mostly. No, there are a few graphics occasionally. Okay. That's cool.
They were involved in Space Ace for the Super Nintendo.
They were. That was the last game that they helped with. Oh, yeah. I mean, if anything is going to get a company to either get destroyed or to merge, which it appears that they were acquired by Empire Interactive Europe. So maybe they agreed to that before Space Ace came out. They're like, yeah, we're acquiring you. And then they're like, oh god, it's Space Ace.
And then it looks like Empire lasted until 2009.
Yeah. Let me see what happened to them.
What-
Blah, blah, blah. They were acquired by Silver Star Holdings. However, in 2008, someone left Empire, and in 2009, it entered into administration and closed down. That means that it's probably British. Yep. Not the shutting down part, the entering into administration. I'm like, we don't use that term here.
So I believe Loco has currently gone further in the game than I bothered. So that's good progress.
Yeah. So all of the intellectual property appears to have gone to a group called Zoo Publishing. Can you imagine publishing a zoo? Neither can I. Well, they only really existed 3 more years and then they were shut down. Or 5 years, something like that, yeah. In October, or in 2013, all indie pub, whatever that is, and zoo companies were closed. So, yeah, giving the rights to a company, and then 5 years later, that company no longer exists. Welcome to the world of who the crap even owns this game these days. And by own, I mean has the license. The original creators definitely aren't getting paid anything regarding to the game these days, as far as I can tell.
That's assuming it's even available
Well,
for
where's
purchase
Loco
on
Klaus?
any.
There's a wolf.
Yeah, that is the screen with a wolf under the soil. Oh, he's up at the top.
Okay. Very
He crouched
great
down and
yard.
it switched screens. That's very funny.
I love it. Whee!
You also might think that those blue crystals at the bottom of the screen on the checkpoint screen are dangerous, but they're just decoration.
What about the fire at the bottom of Loco Klaus's screen? That looks dangerous.
That's probably dangerous.
And
the really energetic mummy is also probably dangerous.
Are the potions anything? It looks like there are potions on Loco Klaus's screen, but I don't know. Oh!
Those also might just be decoration.
Wearing a belly shirt, Loco Klaus. Very nice.
Don't expose your entire skeleton to the stream.
No, you can show your skelly boobs. It's
we'll
fine.
Get banned.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I think naked skeletons are allowed on Twitch.
Probably. As long as they don't have any nipples.
Oh, no. Okay. We're starting to get... Okay, still haven't revealed your shoulders. Oh,
I didn't even know things could fall in this game.
Yeah, two things fell on Loco Klaus. I think these potion thingies, if you mess with them, they sometimes do something. I don't know. Oh, there we go, Loco Klaus, putting more stuff down. That's fun.
It might just be hazards falling because he got far enough.
It could be. Oh, just a little bit of the mask. This is like if you're trying to be a thief and you put on a little bandana. Oh no.
And then for some reason the wall was dangerous, I guess.
Was it the wall? Or is...
I didn't see anything else doing damage. And you hit the switch. It's in a very annoying spot.
There we go. The mummy.
Right now, I have to imagine that they're annoyed at being in this room again.
I think everyone is annoyed by this mummy.
I would be annoyed to be in this room again. Although I think that is progress.
I mean, Loco Klaus has been to a lot of rooms. 5 rooms after the checkpoint. It's just, where do you go to get the next checkpoint? I don't know.
Oh, you know, I bet this game has maps, and I know for a fact I did not give them to the rep because I was frazzled by setup. I should.
Was it just a big pain? I mean, it's Amiga.
It was Amiga. We had people who didn't know about LHA files, which is how you download the Amiga games. 7-zip on their computer apparently didn't automatically associate itself. We had people with the colors. We had people with sound not working. We had the emulator not wanting to start up, restart properly. It was just a bear.
Wow. I mean, it's sometimes no one's fault. That's sometimes things just don't go well and you try to get your way through it. Yeah, Amiga, how dare you? Bad computer. Go back to the 80s. Try to make a game in 1990. What are you doing, Amiga? Okay, I do see, there's a little bit of a guide to this game on Game FAQs. Yeah, press 1, 2, 3, or 4 to select a video mode, and then 1 to play in English. That's cool. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that. You don't have maps here, and that's really what matters.
I know I saw maps somewhere, and I didn't... Wait, did I save them? Did I put them on the vetting sheet? No, of course not. That would make way too much.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just have to deal, I guess.
Okay, Hobtor
the main issue is that to some extent there seems to be a bit of backtracking in some areas of this game, which can become confusing, as we're seeing.
Yeah, really, it's gonna matter whoever makes it to the next checkpoint. There are a lot of screens to explore right now, which is understandable. Okay. Is there any reason to visit the, What is that at the top right of Hop Tours? Like a skeleton? A gargoyle? That's a gargoyle. I want to visit the gargoyle.
Technically, if it's not a water feature, I believe it's just a grotesque.
Oh. A grotesque?
Yeah. If it spits water, it's a gargoyle. If it doesn't, it's just a grotesque.
Really?
Yeah. That's a fact. You can take that to the bank. They won't give you anything for it because they usually handle money, but you can tell them about it.
Yeah, Wikipedia.
They might find it interesting.
Yeah. Grotesques are often called gargoyles, although the term gargoyle refers to figures carved specifically to drain water away from the sides of the buildings. So gargoyle might not always be spraying water, but they are there. They're basically drain pipes.
They're
Or
basically
like
gutters.
They're
yeah.
gutters. Wow. That makes them
Fancy gutters.
like both kind of cooler and also something to make fun of. Huh, you gutter face. At least I want to make fun of the gargoyle now. Okay, Local Klaus
mean.
gonna go in to the mummy room to try to get that switch, I believe.
And the really cruel thing is that you can hit switches again, and that's not always a thing that you want to do.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit
Sometimes
careful
it just
about
messes
which
you up.
switch to hit. Okay, Local Klaus opening up the bottom left path. I believe that's the path they've been trying to go to. Good. Yeah, you know what? Ooh. I'm trying to decide if I like grotesques or gargoyles more. They're very similar. I just don't like the word grotesque that much.
Yeah, gargoyles is a better word. And they
Yeah.
did name the cartoon that after all. I wonder how many of the gargoyles in Gargoyles were actually grotesques.
Well, I mean, can they vomit? If so, they're gargoyles. Apparently, the word gargoyle is from Old French gargouille, or conduit for water flow. Okay, so literally, gargoyle meant water flow. What is this silly gargoyle? Oh my gosh, I need to share this with y'all. I didn't think of this being a gargoyle because we always think of like old, like gothic, kind of creepy statues. But this one, look at this kind of dragon thing with a crown on his head. This is
that's
from
amazing.
Wikipedia, by the way. Yeah, look at this little gargoyle. Okay, he's got a mouth open. Rah, got a crown and everything. Okay, what does he have in his mouth?
It almost looks like a Muppet.
Tongue. It kind of looks like a Muppet, yeah, a very wrinkly Muppet. But yeah, there's a gargoyle for you. Again, not the gargoyle we asked for, but I am not complaining. Yeah, there's some really weird pipes sticking out, and then they have dragon faces at the end. It's basically, gargoyle is, let's take a gutter, and on the end of the gutter, stick a face on it. And if you do that, then you are good. It's a gargoyle at that term, or at that time. So,
Oh, I finally found maps. So I can figure out. Okay, so what they're actually trying to do is the room with the mummy has a top exit that they want to take.
ooh.
And I believe to get there, they need to get the switches set up right and then navigate around through under the soil where Loco is and up and then back into the mummy room so that they can go up and proceed. Then they will finally hit checkpoint 2.
Yeah. I mean, not too far away. Might take a little while to get there,
They
but that's
just need to
fine.
figure it out.
Yeah, welcome to puzzle platformers. This is about as literal as you can get. I'm glad that the R2-D2s help with the elevator, by the way. That's a nice touch.
They are navigation droids.
It's true. Yeah, so what I'm looking at and what I'm seeing is that probably 99% of what people think of gargoyles being are not gargoyles. Because they usually are elongated animals or fantastical creatures because they need to get the water far enough away from the building for it to matter. And so they either have long necks or are stretched out in a way. Yep.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. Even the Notre Dame ones look kind of creepy when you look at gargoyles. You're like, these are not what I would have expected. However, these dragon gargoyles, oh, baby. Okay. In Flagstaff, Arizona.
Apparently from chat, some of gargoyles are butts.
You can I mean, interesting. That would work. But, like, look at these dragons, okay? This is in Flagstaff, Arizona. You can, if you're from the U.S., you can go and check these dragons out. What's happening?
I've looked up the butt gargoyle. It is incredible.
Okay, I need to look up.
Just search mooning gargoyle. That is incredible.
But first look at these dragons, okay? That's so cool.
Those are fantastic.
Those are
much more majestic than the butt gargoyle.
Those are the best gargoyles I have seen. They're so cool. And yeah, here in the U.S., the U.S. can sometimes do like French stuff that looks decent.
I need to send the butt gargoyle to some people real quick. They
Okay,
need to see this.
mooning gargoyle. I'm looking this up right now. Everybody, we might see a butt. Excuse me?
Right?
Excuse me? Okay.
It's something else.
You know what? This is art, so I can share this.
It sure is. Oh, you need to put some protection from the rain on your building there? Are you going with a dragon? No, I just thought I'd go with some random person showing hole.
And that's exactly what they did. The butt gargoyle, everybody.
It's so good.
It is a way to get water away from your building. And if this is how you want to do it, this is how you can do it.
No one told them no, apparently.
I mean, when you're making art, who's to tell you no? You know?
Yeah. So it looks like Loco is about to hit the second checkpoint. They managed to get around the boulder that looks suspiciously like a moon.
And let me tell you, everybody, that is art. And
It sure is.
Art is family friendly. And you know what? Butts. Everybody has a butt. It's fine. Actually, no, I know somebody who doesn't have a butt. Yeah.
I mean, Hank Hill did not have a butt.
I mean,
There was
he
probably
had
a hole,
butt,
but there was no butt.
yeah.
You can't call that a butt. There were no cheeks.
Well, I know somebody who doesn't have the hole.
Oh.
Yeah.
that's
Welcome
rough.
to birth defects. Yeah, has to have a colostomy bag, which, you know, that's fine. Some people don't have butts. But a great majority of the people have butts. I don't see why butts are a problem. You see animal butts all the time. Why can't you see people butts? Those are better. Sometimes. Yes. Most of the time. Well, I don't know. Depends on the person.
That is true.
No,
I mean,
even ugly
generally
butts
though,
are fine.
generally animal butts don't have any cheeks, and that's often the best part. So I would say people butts tend to be better.
I would say, like, really good cheeks are good. Otherwise, I don't care. Like, but if they're like, you know, crafted by a goddess of craft or something, if the butt is that good, then absolutely amazing butt. If it wasn't crafted by a deity, I don't care. Whatever.
If people talk about sculpted abs, let's talk about sculpted butts.
Yeah.
It's way better.
I mean, I know that there are
Softer
people who
too,
do
usually.
butt exercises so they have nice looking butts. Maybe I need to do those. Ugh. Doing my butt exercises now. Ugh. You can do them in your chair. It's easy. But also,
Loco is
it's
really
boring.
struggling to navigate this room.
Also, here's the deal, everybody. I know that furries who are animals sometimes have butts as well, and they usually have sculpted butts. Okay? They don't have like 50-year-old person who, you know, has definitely gained and lost weight a few times butts, you know? Which those butts are valid. It's fine to have a butt that looks like that. You know, if your butt looks like, you know, it's more great ape than like a 20-year-old Adonis, that's fine. It's a fine butt. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I feel very neutral about, you know, non-hot butts. They're fine. Everybody has a butt. There you go.
We've got knockoff Godzilla now.
Most everybody has a butt. Wait, where's not? Oh yeah, on Loco Claus's screen. Beautiful.
And Loco managed to briefly clip into the wall,
Okay.
which was... It did allow them to jump back out, so that's good.
Oh, paper plates from Mars. I know that. Yeah, okay, it's talking about UFOs. That's probably also a joke on a specific movie, but I don't know which. Oh no! Loco Klaus has lost part of his skelly. Or not his skelly, his clothes. That's okay. Godzilla, even if you walk through Godzilla, sometimes your clothes fall off.
And there's another very energetic mummy, which looks like it will be a real bear to get around, but I think you've got to go that way at this point.
Brits Blues having to go back to checkpoint 1. It looks like Hobtor had to do that as well. Yeah, except for Loco Klaus, everybody is struggling to find the second checkpoint. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's a lot of sound effects from Hobtor that... They don't sound like...
that rat, the
yeah.
rat is out for blood.
That rat is very vocal. Like, I heard the ooh, 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 ooh sound even when Hoptor was nowhere near the rat. Was the rat on the fire?
That might have just been Spider-Man noises.
The rat is on the fire, and it goes, ooh,
Oh,
ooh,
that
ooh,
was the
ooh, ooh.
that was the rat on fire. Fantastic.
Yes! We now know what a rat on fire sounds like.
Sounds like an old man trying to juggle.
Yeah, Spider-Man sounds like an old man about to juggle as well. Like, everybody, all animals are like the Spider-Man.
All animals are about to juggle.
It's true. You know, this game, I would say... I can understand why it's here in Kusogrande. Like, it would take a while to get used to the controls, but I feel like this is kind of a classic as well. Like, just the title.
If
Sorry,
someone told
saw
me that they liked this game, I'd believe it. It
Same.
seems all right. But you know what it doesn't seem like? It doesn't seem like a game that should... It doesn't seem like a Spider-Man game. Like, every other Spider-Man game is an action game.
Yeah.
Spider-Man's an action hero. This is a puzzle game.
Yeah, I do see, like, there was a wide variety of reviews. You know, one group gave this an 87%. Another group gave this 18% per Moby Games. So, like, the scores all over the place for this. Spider, 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 spider. Is option 2 on the game menu something we can use after death? Yes. I believe Hobtor was asking that if they can use the continue.
Yes.
Yes. Which is, it's something that you should remember, everybody. If you're not told that you can't use passwords or continues, then you absolutely can use them. If you're told that you can use them as well. But unless otherwise stated, you may use passwords, you may use continues. And if a GM happens to forget that they exist and you find them, you don't even have to ask. You're welcome to use them. Yeah,
And they were told to use them because otherwise this would have been much more boring.
Yeah, you did have in a pinned message the important match information. Reason being that if you die, you can restart from a previously clacked board. This is the second option on the main menu. So yes, you did say that. People are asking what the blue meter is. Yeah, what is the blue meter at the top near your heart?
I believe that is supposed to roughly indicate how far through the game you are, but I was not super confident about its reliability, so it is not the metric for tracking.
Yeah, I think that you are probably right, considering Local Class has more blue bar.
So it does seem to roughly correlate with where the players are. But like I said, I couldn't work out exactly how it worked to the degree that I was comfortable making that how the match was tracked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a look at the manual here. Let me see. Gravity, health, screen layout. At the top of the screen, gameplay screen, there are a number of displays. The score is displayed as a number and is a measure of your performance. So score can measure progress technically a little bit as well, although that might not be guaranteed. The small heart next to the horizontal bar beats more quickly as Spider-Man's health deteriorates. On the Amiga, the horizontal bar registers the proportion of locations in the film studios which you have visited. The graphic of Spidey on the left-hand side of the screen represents Spider-Man's health, but it's on the right-hand side.
Quality manual.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's on the left in another version.
Possibly. More of Spidey's skeleton is displayed as his health deteriorates. You must try to ensure you are not left with a pile of bones. So, yeah, that is essentially the number of rooms that you have visited, which isn't always a measure of progress, especially since, like, after getting the checkerboard.
Yeah, the main issue was starting from a continue, because I think that does have a reset effect on your score and the blue meter. As we're seeing here on Jerry's screen, I believe he just took a death. And he lost quite a few points, and he only has one blip of blue bar now.
Yeah, so once you use
so that would have not worked out.
Good idea to not really pay attention to that. Okay, I'm just trying to see if there's any story in the manual, because apparently we're in the film studios here.
I know the last boss is Mysterio. I believe he's kidnapped Mary Jane Watson.
Possibly.
That sounds like a
yes.
thing they would have done.
Yeah, the manual says each location of the Rockwell Film Studios consists of walls, platforms, traps, switches, and adversaries. You will make significant progress only if you can locate those switches which are necessary to proceed, and if you avoid the traps. Your goal is to locate the Mysterio's lair in the executive offices. To get there, you will make your way through many rooms, most of which are parts of the film studio set specifically laid out by Mysterio to make your task of locating Mary Jane even harder. So, Mysterio has planted these different locations within the film studio to try to kill you. You know what? If you're gonna kill someone, make it fun.
Oh, it's been pointed out the blue floor in the checkpoint rooms are healing crystals. I didn't know that.
Oh, so they heal you?
I guess so. I wonder if any of the players have noticed.
I don't know, but that's very, very helpful.
We finally had a comment in the match chat from our zombie. This is so tedious.
I can imagine. Although, yeah, for Kusogrande, having something that feels tedious has to be a little bit frustrating because, you know, you feel like you're like moving slowly. There's not a lot that you can do to speed things up, and also the tasks that you're doing, like, oh no, I shot a grotesque and it fell to the floor. Like, I don't even know exactly what that does, but it might be important.
Yeah, this is probably one of the, the sort of game that has, like, it feels a lot worse to race than it does to just play because of how plodding it is. I have to imagine.
Yeah,
which is great for the audience, but not so much for the player.
If you're taking this as an adventure game, though, that like you really are going and exploring these different locations, I don't think the slowness would really bother me personally. But again, that's a personal thing. I'm not representative of, you know, the average modern gaming community here. I kind of enjoy bad video games.
Loco has gone the wrong way, I believe, and ended up backtracking.
Now, Fred is saying I most certainly would hate controlling it. Why? It can't be that bad. How? We haven't even talked about the controls. How do the controls work?
That is a great question. I haven't played this in about a month. As I recall, you've got a web button that only really works, well, no, it does work when you're standing to web enemies, but primarily you're using it to, grab the ceiling and swing, and otherwise you have directions for moving left, right, jumping, crouching.
Yeah.
Pretty standard, really. They're just kind of slow.
Yeah, it seems
I'm sure whoever joins us for commentary after the match will have some word.
Probably. I mean, I'm seeing Jerry Ayres trying to deal with the stupid rat and unfortunately dying again. The thing is, you cannot shoot web while you are crouching, so that means that you have to be a little bit more deliberate about when you are taking advantage of your weapon. Loco Klaus, by the way, still in a solid lead. Nobody else has made it to the next clacker board. And if they want
Ritz is on the way if he can get past the boulder without dying.
Okay. Come on. No boulder, no boulder, no boulder.
So that means Ritz is currently in second place and may have an opportunity to take first if they can get around.
How do you deal with boulder? Can you just damage boost through it?
I think you might be, I don't know, it might be moving too slow for that. You might be able to just get into a corner. But I think the safest thing to do is, unfortunately, crawl all the way back to the start of the room, which is what we're currently seeing happen. Oh no, the boulder will not move past you. That is
Wait, I don't think it even hurt Ritz.
Oh, it sure did. There was definitely health loss.
There we go, past the boulder.
Now just the tedium of crawling all the way back
Yeah. I love it. You know, honestly, like, if it didn't take so long, if you could, like, if they made some of these sections a little bit shorter, that would have been improved. Who designed this game? A lot of times, you know, we see games like this and people who worked on them, you know, they were thinking more of the platform at the time. You know, Amiga is certainly going to have a specific feel to it. An adventure game, you know, where you're solving puzzles or other things in each individual room. Oh, Ritz healing. Does Ritz notice? I think Ritz has figured it out now. Good. But yeah, like, a game like this, not made for Nintendo, and, you know, there was certainly a feel for platformers when it came to the NES. For DOS and Amiga, you know, they hadn't really, gotten the specific formula for platformers. I'd say that, like, there weren't
And
a
really,
lot of platformers back in the day, like in this era, that were very solid.
Well, this was a post, like, not on computer certainly, but this was a post Mario world in which this came out. But for an Amiga game, for the sort of Euro-like wander about sort of game, this is decent.
Yeah,
Pretty good, even. There's certainly a lot of games that I would want to play less, let's say,
yeah.
than this.
Looking at the lead designer, this is the first game that they designed. There was another person who helped with design, and, you know, I see one other game that they worked on before this. No, they worked on a handful. Sleeping Gods Lie. Yes, Prime Minister, the computer game. I'm sure that was very like Spider-Man. No, I don't even know what type of game that is. That's interesting. Sleeping Gods Lie, Team Yankee. I don't believe any of those were platformers. So to move on to do a platformer, for two people who hadn't really designed platformers before, very interesting. You know, you're going to have something that doesn't necessarily follow the mold. And, you know, this still does follow some of the games that were on Amiga and Commodore 64, like the Jet Set Willy type games, popular in Europe, which were very much still screen exploration games where you move from one screen to the next. Enemies have very simple movement patterns, just like this, up and down or left and right. You know, that's about as creative as we get with enemies. And each room had a name in Jet Set Willy. Very common, you know. You can see a lot of these things echoed in VVVVVV because they were very typical of British computer gaming. So, like, I don't think that, you know, this is a little bit slower than some of those other games and definitely feels a little more tedious, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. I kind of, like, enjoy this from what I'm seeing. This is something that I could probably spend a lot of time with.
We'll have to see what the players think about it afterwards. But yeah, I didn't hate this, but I did play it and go, yeah, this is going to go on Kusogrande.
Oh, yeah. Like,
100%.
To be fair, there are some games that are actually kind of fantastic that end up on Kusogrande because they've aged. And even a classic can end up being something that nobody wants to play today. I mean, we'll never see Pac-Man, despite me thinking that has aged. But it's actually still kind of fun. Like, I don't think that it's bad, but, you know, it certainly was better when it came out.
Oh, there are all sorts of games that I think did not age well that I'm probably not going to bring to Kusogrande just because.
Jerry Eris has found floating mechanics. I bet that if
amazing.
you're turned around, you can float backwards above the gargoyle
Oh, he
there.
is slowly moving. He was slowly moving to the left as well. I don't know if that's going to help because I don't know if that's where you need to go. But it was a thing.
I
Oh, you
love
can
it.
just climb the gargoyle.
Oh,
All
okay,
right.
that makes life easy. Good job, Jerry.
But yeah, like the first Metroid game, I think aged real bad. I think that game is, in current day, not very good.
I think
At the
that you're
time,
probably-
amazing.
Yeah, I still, like, I played it for my first time at the last GDQ that I attended, I believe, and I actually had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, like it was very influential, important, at the time, groundbreaking perhaps. But there is no real good reason to play it for fun now, in my opinion. For curiosity, to experience the start of the franchise, sure, but if you just wanted to have a good time, there's like 4 other good games in the franchise that have this similar gameplay. But
Yeah.
there's no way Metroid's gonna show up on Kusogrande because, for one thing, it's gonna get vetoed every time.
Yeah. And I think second, like, there's still, like, it's such a known classic and, like, was one of the most representative games on the NES for, like, the quality that the system was, you know, and I think that people playing it today, even if they do find it has aged and that certain things don't work, they will still see like why it's so groundbreaking, you know. However, there is a classic that we've had on Kusogrande that I think about a lot, Miner 2049er, which for Atari was very much considered a classic, one of the quote-unquote best games that came out. However, almost nobody today knows that it's a classic because, like, sorry, the franchise died very, very quickly. And second, if they play it, they still will not be able to tell that it's a classic.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it's a rough game. They don't know it's a classic, and they won't know it's a classic until somebody tells them. That's just the reality of the game. And I'm sure
And
there are
really,
other
I
games
think
like
there's a
that on
lot-
the NES.
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of games that would be like that if everybody didn't already know about them.
Yeah.
Like even like Ninja Gaiden. We all know about Ninja Gaiden. It spawned a very successful franchise that has some very good games in it. But that first one is just mean.
I mean, it partly design flaws, partly glitches that make it so that the final checkpoint doesn't work properly in Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, like, but it's, the action itself is genuinely really cool. I don't think, like, just based off of how it plays, that you can feel like why this game would have been a groundbreaking game of its time, you know? You don't play it and think, wow, the controls are so trash, because the controls are really good. The physics feel really good. And then you get to all the BS and you're like, oh, okay, the BS that happens in here, there's just so much of it. But it feels conquerable, you know, Clades? It feels like you're going to be able to do it if you get good enough at the game. It doesn't feel like it's going to be a hopeless mess.
That's true.
Yeah, and when a game
suppose
gives
that's
you hope and it's a classic, like, that is generally like a sign that, yes, this is good game design of the era. Maybe not of today, but certainly of the era.
That said, Ninja Gaiden specifically did also give you birds
Oh,
that
yeah.
were perfectly posed to knock you off and into the abyss.
Yeah, but then you can recognize the design that they're like, oh, okay, these birds that are not RNG, they're very much in a specific way to get me. And there are probably it's a solvable situation at that point. I don't know. I'll defend Ninja Gaiden quite a bit. I do not feel like I feel like it's understandable why people might be angry at it, but I think that it's also specifically designed in that way that it's going to be frustrating in some cases.
Yeah, and I agree. It's not an indefensible game, but I still don't think it's amazing.
I mean, that's fair.
By the modern standard.
Yeah, by modern standard for sure. But still, anybody who plays it, I think, will recognize this game is actually doing a lot that I wouldn't expect from the NES. You know, if they've never seen it before, they'd be like, wow. For 8 bits, fantastic.
Hogtor is now running away from the moon rock.
Not the moon rock. Look, no, the moon rock
Ritz is
your
attempting
friend.
to navigate. That room, that timeless void room that Ritz is in, seems like a real mess.
Yeah?
Gravity does not appear to be working normally there.
That's the timeless void for you, you know? I mean, if gravity did work correctly, could you fall into the void? Could you do something that breaks the game? Maybe. Maybe that's why things don't work as you would expect, which can be an issue with Kusogrande games, that occasionally you'll stumble across a game that is specifically why do the physics or rules change without telling me. And when that happens, you usually will have to figure something else out that's happening with the game. Whether you've got new controls, whether like certain limits are there specifically to make you think about puzzles in a different way. With a puzzle game, it's almost always to make you solve something in a new way. And this is a puzzle game. In fact,
and Ritz was taken out by the dog.
Not the dog!
After failing to swing over it.
I hope they have a nice out, or nice night out, blah, 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 you know? I do see a review for this game saying that the game is well executed, a lot of fun, so much so that I could not really envisage of Spider-Man shoot 'em up now that I have played this. Releasing a potential action license as a puzzle game is a daring move. You know, controlling Spider-Man is sometimes awkward, especially when you first start playing, but it is only a matter of learning how things work. Spider-Man is original, taxing, and fun, and could definitely be a surprise hit this Christmas. And I don't know if the game necessarily sold well, but I can see why people would say that. And I think that people playing this game might not feel the same way because, you know, even with Amiga games, we know that this could be done better, even as a puzzle game.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear about fiddly controls when we're joined shortly. Because there's definitely some trouble I recall some trouble with the navigating on the walls and such, and there appears to be some trouble, especially in regards to how gravity works versus how you might expect it to work in places. It does at least appear that everybody's going to make it to checkpoint 2 before we run out of time.
Yeah. So apparently there is a feature for this game where you can actually save it to RAM as opposed to the hard disk. Wait, is that just the continue?
That might just be the continue.
Okay, Wikipedia, that's the stupidest way to describe it. You can save the game to RAM. You can continue the game. That's what it means.
I do
Why?
think it might be that on this version of the game, if you turn it off and come back later, it might still have your checkpoints.
In that case, I think that's great. Like, honestly, there are very few Amiga games, especially platformers, that allow you to save progress. Like, and as a puzzle game where you're trying to figure out where to go and what to do, I genuinely think that's pretty, like, a very smart feature to implement. Like, there's a lot about this game that I have to say that I love. I think there are plenty of flaws, but I feel like that can also be kind of personal preference and, like, knowledge that these things were much more acceptable in the Amiga era, and we've had so many Amiga games that are just a pain to play. This might be a little bit of a pain to play, but, like, I want to play it. I want to try this.
Hey, it's not The Magician. The first game of Kuso9rande.
Thank you, Justin. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I got some soup.
What kind?
Probably potato.
That's a good soup.
Yeah. But I don't have time for soup right now because we're at the end of the match. And you know what? Everybody has made it past the second checkpoint. Amazing. Spider-Man. Like, honestly, a lot of progress towards the end that I didn't really expect. That is time, everybody. And Jerry Eris may have passed Hoptor in the very end, which actually matters a great deal because this is a killer zombie match. Jerry Eris counts when it comes to placements and thus may have made Hoptor move into 4th place here. What excitement! I know I didn't really talk too much about what was happening in the game because it's a game that you can't really talk about too much.
It's a slow game. You jump around and look at switches. There's some zombies.
Yeah. Well, I am I'm recommending. I'm saying that all of the players can come and join voice if they so desire. Hello, Ritz Blues.
Hello.
Hey, you know,
Hello.
Spider-Man is a cool dude. Gotta be honest.
He has a skeleton inside.
Yeah. Not every
does.
hero does. Yeah, so Ritz, based off of what we saw here, you came in 2nd place. You
Okay.
managed to get through 6 rooms after the second checkpoint, or make at least that much progress here.
You were almost a jibble
It looks... Thank you so much, Hoptor. Hoptor, welcome on in. And also Loco Klaus.
Thank you.
And Jerry's here as well. Hello, Jerry.
Hi. Hello. Gang's all here.
So based off of what we saw here, Loco Klaus, not only did you make it to the second checkpoint ridiculously early compared to everybody else, but it appears that you made it through 11 rooms after that, putting you in a clear victory position. Congratulations there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we can't hear you, by the way, but still, congratulations nonetheless. Feel free to interrupt me whenever you are able, and we'll go ahead and let you talk. But after that, Ritz Blues with 6 rooms.
You should be able
there
to hear me now.
Yeah, I hear you. Hello.
Yeah, trying to get out of the Amiga apparently messed up all my settings, but we're good.
Yeah, that's life. That's the Amiga for
Amiga
you.
setup rears its head one more time.
But yeah, Ritz Blues got to the second checkpoint fairly early compared to Hoptor and Jerry, who got there close to the end of the match. It was very close, but we believe Jerry got one more room than Hoptor. And that is the way the cookie crumbles. Still, fantastic job, everybody. I want to hear, like, what are your opinions of this game? Spider-Man.
Oh man. Oh man. I would never ever play this game again.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I kind of want to play this game personally.
If it controlled better, it's hard to describe how frustrating it is to play this game.
Yeah. There are definitely a few little, like, jumps and curves and corners that are just maddening. Like the time machine, there's a button in the middle, but you have to land on it on your feet, and every time you try and land on it, you wind up landing up sideways. And so there are certain little corners and nooks and crannies where, like, if you land the wrong way, you can't right yourself where you want to, and you have to, like, try again.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You can't just duck whenever you want to either. There has to be room for his butt to stick out. So,
Not
like,
his
you
Can't
can't-
be able to go forward.
Yeah. So it's just, and like all the times where you're just like flailing in the air, it's just, yeah. This game's controls are incredibly frustrating.
Yep.
Yeah, Clades was telling me that, you know, I was saying it looks like as a puzzle game, it actually works pretty well. And Clades is like, wait until everybody else comes in, and they might have different opinions about that.
No,
I figured we were gonna have words about controls.
Yeah, totally. Like, as a puzzle game, the pieces are all here. It just needed to play better.
Yeah, how do you
not
feel
a-
about
it's not a-
putting Spider-Man as a puzzle game, though?
It's strange.
I interrupted
Yeah,
you, Ritz. You were saying
Yeah.
something there.
Yeah, as a puzzle game, it's very good. As a Spider-Man game, good lord, no. You can't defeat anything. There's no punching, kicking, nothing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and like some of the reviewers commented on that fact that it doesn't really make sense to have Spider-Man as a puzzle game if you rather than an action game, but that they enjoyed it overall. I think that getting used to the controls is something that they mentioned, and this might not be something that people feel is worth their time, because if it takes a while to learn controls and it feels like you're just fighting the game actively the entire time, makes sense why they might not want to do that.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of those British one screen at a time platform games.
Yeah, which absolutely, Jet Set Willy, other games similar to that, completely. And this is a very British game, you know. Each room has its own name that's kind of a joke.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So overall, like, is this something that any of you imagine that, like, you would have played when you were young, or like find fascination with at all?
Oh,
Certainly
definitely.
not.
I think I would have loved this game as a kid.
I think I might have tried it a good amount, but I don't know if I would have finished it, depending on how long it is.
Yeah, the continue system is something that gives me hope that I would actually be able to make progress, and I think because of that, as a kid, I might have tried to push through, get it continue, and then stop playing for a while. You know, come back another day. Yeah,
Does this game save your progress if you turn it off, though?
I'm not
It
100%
might.
sure. It might.
I think it might, at least on the Amiga version. Some versions might not.
Yeah, because it's incredibly tedious, and the levels are really long, so it's hard for me to imagine, like, coming back to it.
Yeah, I completely understand that. If it has the saves in there, then I absolutely would enjoy playing this as a kid. If not, I would probably be like, it's too long. I'd pull it up every once in a while, because back in the era with Atari and home computer games, the games were usually short and not meant to be played for a long time. So, you know, pull it up every once in a while, play it a little while, and be like, eh.
I can tell you the long play is 1 hour long.
Oh, jeez. Okay, lengthy game.
So if you know what you're doing ahead of time, it's a game that takes 1 hour to play.
Yeah.
The speed run is like probably 2 minutes.
Oh, right. Yeah, because of the
glitch I told you not to use.
thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, with that said, like doing that at least once or twice would be entertaining.
It is actually intended that you can get to and see the last room that way. The glitch is being able to get from there to actually winning, because when you enter the last room that way, you're kind of out of the gameplay area and you can't get to the last boss and all of that.
Speaking
Oh, that's
of
neat.
that, though, if anybody wants a free speed run for Big Bad Game-a-thon, submissions are going to open up very soon, and that would be a super quick run to learn. Like, babies for speed run, go for it. Okay, if you've never done a
Yeah.
speed run before, there you go. You'll learn it in less than an hour. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking up the world record for the Amazing Spider-Man Amiga, and it is 17 seconds.
Yeah. You know what? And we would take
Sounds
a
right.
17-second speed run for Big Bad Game-a-thon, possibly, you know? So thank you all so much. I want to go ahead and go through, like, plugs, if you have anything that you'd like to shout out. So let's go ahead, start at the bottom. Ritz Blues, how about you?
I've been. I don't stream a lot these days, but I do have a run in the silly block for SGDQ this year.
Yeah!
So I'll be looking forward to that. That's going to be Sabor. It's another Kuso lovely game from Jet XBX. So that'll be fun. It's going to be like 9:30 in the morning Central, assuming it doesn't move on Thursday, which is so weird. Silly block during the day. Anyway.
I'm so glad. It deserves to be during the day.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much what I got going on.
Everybody, it's going to be great. I'll see how much I watch. I hope that I can catch a couple of the runs during Silly Block. Yeah, Local Klaus, what about you?
I'm also not streaming a whole lot these days. I did a Star Fox marathon recently, but that might, I don't have a whole lot going on overall.
Okay.
Just kind of living around.
Living around, did a Star Fox marathon. That sounds great. Good. Clades, what about you?
I ain't doing squat.
Cool. Jerry.
Also not doing squat.
Okay. What about you, Hobtor?
Not doing anything right now, but Speed Remiser 10 is going to be opening up submissions soon. So
What is that?
I'll look that out. Speed Remiser is the speedrunning marathon where the game you submit is not the game you play. You get randomly assigned
Oh my god.
a game from the pool. You have 90 days to learn it.
Hobtor, I want
That's
to
pretty
join.
funny.
You need to send a link when it is open, okay? Send me a DM because I want to talk about that, okay?
Okay,
I
I will
want-
do that.
To promote people's projects. So please let us know when cool things are happening. And like, I really, really want to join that. I think that would be a blast.
Yeah, it does sound kind of fun.
It is a real cool time. Lots of cool people. You'll learn a game you'll probably have never heard of before.
Heck yeah. Well, thank you all so much. I'll go ahead and let you go because we've got to move on to match number 3. Take care.
Alright, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Later.
See ya. Harp Griffin also noting that they posted in the promo channel for Speed Remiser 9. That doesn't get seen by everybody, though, so I would certainly love to share a little bit more when submissions open up for that. Well, everybody, we're going to run to a quick break and then get into the next game as quickly as possible. See you in a couple minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Kusogrande, the Bad Video Game Tournament. We are just about on the half hour. Indeed, we are, because that no time to just blab. We've got to reveal ourselves, who the GM is and all that stuff. Crappy, watch out, Spider-Man is trying to get you. That's okay. We know Spider-Man is a pacifist. When it comes to Crappy, yes. Reveal our skeletons. We can reveal that. Oh, who is the skeleton hiding in today's closet? It is not Electa. Come on in. Spider-Man is a pacifist. Haha, I like it. Hello, not Electa.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I am doing wonderful.
That's great. You always are somebody who sounds like you're doing wonderful. Sometimes I have GMs show up and they're like, I'm mad. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm glad I asked. Let's go ahead and lower your anger.
Look, if I have things I'm mad about during the week, it doesn't matter because now I get to take it out on the competitors. So now I'm happy because I get to torture people with bad games.
Yeah. So what game do we have today?
Well, so I unfortunately had a little bit of confusion. I heard there were undead in this match, so I thought that meant I needed to bring the undead.
Oh.
And no, it turns out that there's just zombies. So in addition to the zombies, we also have undead in the game because I brought The Mummy for PlayStation 1.
That's right. Brendan Fraser is ready to take us to victory. The players are going to have 1 hour to try to make as much progress as they can through this beautiful game, The Mummy. Whoever makes the most progress will take the victory. Whoever falls behind and takes last will only get 2 points. Do you know how many people are getting eliminated from this match?
So this is a 2-point match, and we have 2 players and 2 zombies, so potentially both of the players.
We could have a wipe here. And by the way, I do tell our zombies no mercy. They are meant to do as well as they can because, you know, there weren't enough players to fill that specific slot. So let's go ahead and head on over to see who will be playing. Well, it turns out we've got... Oh, that's the tracker for the wrong game. Man, get out of here. We've got Drex, Jal as both of our players, Neitzel and Jerry Eris as our killer zombies. They are trying to eat the brains, and we'll see what they can do. Neitzel, terrifying player. Wait, is it Jerry as the last one?
No, it's Toasty Stoat.
Toasty Stoat. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a Toasty Stoat. I apologize, everybody. I'll get it fixed. Let me go and make sure that Toasty Stoat gets the correct pronouns as well. Toasty Stoat want pronouns. If so, what? And I got them wrong for Neitzel. Dang it. Welcome to my life. This is what happens when we get something a little chaotic. And when I get soup at the same time. Okay, we should be good with me changing this. Toasty Stoat has the appropriate image for them. Neitzel has dying lemmings. I love people's identification images. They're always fun. Okay, well, I think I'm ready. So, anything that we need to know before we start?
No, I think the game will reveal itself as we go. I will say, for emotes, we can do bugs, we can do mummies, we can do Anubises. There are Anubi.
Yes, Anubi.
So spam your Jank Anubis if you have it.
Although I don't,
Anubis.
I feel like ancient Egyptian, you don't pluralize stuff that way. I don't know what they're...
You don't, but I was just joking. Well, Anubis is a god, so I don't think you can pluralize a proper noun.
Oh my gosh. I just asked in the Game Masters chat if they are ready to play, and I messed it up. Oh my god. I think I
fine.
And nobody responded there, so that was probably for the best. There, I caught my error before any. Excuse me, Beelzebub, what did you just say in chat? Is that allowed? I see a new bussy. Is that the correct plural?
In fairness to Beelzebub, Buster also made that same joke, so...
Ah, okay. There we go. We're doing the countdown, everybody. Spam all countdown. Spam all of your emotes because as soon as I see movement in the first stage, I will start our timer. Why do I have Soup Kitchen playing? Oh my god.
Clades, bro, do you see what Clades just said? A new bussy, Titanic love story.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, if we could say pussy for that game, then we can surely say whatever. And there we go. The game has begun. Look at Brendan Fraser's running animation. Oh my god.
Yeah. This game has amazing animations.
And look at his face on Toasty Stone screen. He just looks silly. Like a silly guy. Which is very appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, this is PlayStation 1, so... It, you know, early 3D graphics, although even for PlayStation 1, this...
You may have killed us all.
The animations aren't great.
Well, wasn't the year 2000 a little late for the PlayStation?
Yeah, it would have been towards the end of its lifespan.
Yeah, I'd say that, like, they look a little silly, but really frame rate and quality of texture is probably more important for something like this. And frame rate so far isn't too bad. Like, it's not perfect, but it's running okay. I'm wondering if it's going to stay that way, considering that Xena Warrior Princess was a pretty late PlayStation release, and oh my god, there are times where the lag is just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't seem like they're pushing it that hard for a late PlayStation release, right? Like, this doesn't... It's not... From what I've played of it, it's not, like, super advanced, even for the PlayStation 1, right? Like... So, I don't remember having any problems with lag or, like, frame rate issues, but...
Yeah, Kazia
it's also possible our players get deeper
said that it was okay as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible the players get deeper than either of us did. And maybe they find some point where it, like, tosses 2 billion enemies at you and the game can't handle it.
It's true, it's true. Now, one problem that I'm already seeing with this game is tank controls.
Yeah.
Yeah, which a lot of people hate. It takes a lot of people time to get used to when playing a game. And if everybody, you should play at least one 3D game that has tank controls so you know how to deal with it, because you might eventually get one of these. And if you are not prepared, you may get destroyed.
Yeah, I mean... Definitely, like, that's one of the things with this one, like, we do get 3D games, we do get 3D adventure games, 3D platformers sometimes, but not a ton, so it's not something, like, this is different than what players are probably used to getting in Kuso.
Apparently, Jal loves tank controls, per Pet Worm in chat, because their wife is a bit of a freak. Well, good to know. So Jal might be loving this.
I will say, Jal and Neitzel both, when I asked about if anyone had played the game, they both said, no, but I've been meaning to. So, I mean, kind of not surprising coming from those two.
Not at all.
I've been meaning to play this bad game. Okay. Not super surprising from either of them. But they were actually looking forward to getting the chance to playing this. I feel like they might regret that later, but maybe not.
Honestly, I can see this game being something that certain people enjoy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not going to be everybody who loves it. I mean, my biggest thing is that when this released, people were probably looking for as much action in this game as in the movie, and unfortunately, it doesn't quite reach that level of action.
No,
Yeah,
it really doesn't, and
because of that, it probably would have disappointed people back when this was initially released. But
yeah,
we've had years, we've had decades since then.
But we've also had decades of better games coming out.
Yeah, but now you can go back to this and not be thinking it's gonna be like the movie. No, you can now think it's probably gonna be a puzzle platformer. And if you like puzzle platformers, you know that you're in for a good time.
I don't know, maybe you go back to this, see it's by Rebellion, and think it's gonna be like Sniper Elite. And then you're really in for a surprise.
Oh no, Drex! The scarabs! For some reason, they're deadly in the Mummy. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, the scarabs are one of the most difficult to deal with things because they're on the ground and they're small and they're just hard to kill. The big enemies, whatever, you just smack them with the torch. I'm actually seeing several of our players shoot them a lot. That's a mistake. Just hit them with the torch. It takes the same number of hits and it stuns them, so there's no risk of them hitting you. Just smack them with the torch.
Do you have unlimited bullets?
No. You do not have unlimited bullets.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, smacking to conserve ammo for when you really need distance, that's probably the important thing.
Yeah. I don't know how you are defeating these mummies by smacking them with a torch, but it works, so who am I to question this game?
Yeah, how did they defeat mummies in the Mummy? I don't remember. I remember they were annoying.
I don't think I've ever seen the Mummy.
Or was there only one mummy? Because if so, this game is very inaccurate.
I don't actually know. I've never seen the movie.
I have, but it's been so long. It was great, and The Mummy 2, from what I remember, was okay. Not as good as the first, but pretty decent.
So, this game actually has a trailer for The Mummy 2 in it. In the game, in the menus, there's an option to watch the trailer for The Mummy 2.
If they're mostly male mummies, wouldn't they be daddies? Wow. Kazuya, how dare you? Yeah, everybody, if you have not seen Mummy the movie, you should. The original is really, really good, and there are still things in media that reference the Mummy. I know that if I go back and watch the Mummy, there are going to be things that I remember that have happened in fairly recent media that I completely forgot about.
Chat is confirming that there are multiple mummies in the movie.
Okay, there are multiple mummies. Good to know. Yeah, I feel like I kind of want to watch the later movies as well because, people are saying that they're crap. But look, sometimes, if I'm playing Satisfactory or something, I need something else on because I'll get bored otherwise. I'll put on a TV show. Why not put on some Mummy crap?
So, bro, I believe I recall that when I was playing through this, looking at it to see if I was going to use it, you had mentioned that you were aware of this game. Have you played this game before?
I have not played this game, but it's been on my list of games that I've wanted to play.
Because I know you were also a little surprised. I think it was you. Someone was a little, at least one or two of the GMs was a little surprised we hadn't had this on before. Because my understanding is this is a rather well-known, not great video game.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I know that some people have looked at it for either Kusogrande or Big Bad Game-a-thon and worried that it might be a little bit boring, but I don't think that that's necessarily the case. Maybe it was like submissions for GDQ that people were worried that it might be a little bit more boring, and I think that this game has enough going on in, like, especially a speed run, that, like, I'm not really too concerned about that. Maybe it's a little bit dark too much, and that makes people feel a little less excited, but so is Resident Evil. Resident Evil's dark. Does that make it any less fun? No.
No, I mean, one thing is this is going to be really easy to track. So, what we're doing for tracking here is level completion and then, like, levels beaten, and then within the level, the tracking is in the bottom right. There is that little circular shape with the star in it.
Yes.
Those individual pieces are the little, like, gems they pick up, which open doors. That is what we're tracking by, is the number of those collected in a level, because they open the doors and allow you to progress.
Yes, so level reach followed by the number of yellow gem key things. As stated on the ref sheet. Speaking of which, I want to say thank you to the referees who are helping with this match. We've got Bad Chop Returns, sadly not starring Brendan Fraser. We can change that if you so desire. I've got a few connections. Linkura would have enjoyed this a lot more if she had gotten her cup of coffee. You know, understandable. Buster Curry has fallen to the mummy's curse. Donkey Klonk is 1/6 of the way to Monster Bash. Ooh. And finally, Okami wants to sleep in her coffin again. You know, I hate when my coffin is disturbed before I'm ready. Just the worst. Hence all the murder.
I am getting...
Kusogrande, I have to set an alarm so that I wake up. Otherwise, who knows if I would, so wake up and like... I'm a little bit like a mummy too, just wrapped up in blankets, you know? Actually, more like a worm. Yeah, mummies, you know, probably are mostly worm by this point anyway. No, I mean, only if they're, like, not very well preserved. What? Okay, Justin saying mummies are bones. Well, they're, I don't know. Just don't let the... They did really good preservation back in ancient Egypt. A little creepy. Which is cool. Fun fact that people like to bring up. Cleopatra is closer to the present day than to when ancient Egypt existed. It's true. Ancient Egypt is so long ago. I want to go to ancient Egypt. Well, I want to go to any Egypt. I'd love to go see the pyramids. I love when Mark Twain described in his memoir, Innocents Abroad, going to Egypt and, like, he went, I believe, climbed to the top of one of the pyramids because they did that in the 1800s, and he described this guy who was there. He was like, hey, if you give me, like, $5, I don't remember how much, maybe it was for $1 or something. He's like, if you give me $1, I'll run down this pyramid and run up the other one and then come right back. Mark Twain's like, right, this climb killed me. Here, have $1. The guy went and just ran up the other pyramid and then came running back and ran back up. He's like, give me another $1, I'll do it again. Mark Twain's like, yeah, go for it. Watch the guy run back down to the pyramid, run up the other one, come back. Yeah. He's like, that was probably the best part of going to the pyramids. The guy running up and down them. Yeah, as Chad is noting, ancient Egypt was ruins for the Romans. Ancient ruins. So, like, it's just been so long ago.
Yeah, I mean, ancient Egypt is also such a broad period that parts of ancient Egypt were ancient for ancient Egyptians. Like, even the, like, old and middle kingdoms lasted, like, hundreds of years, like...
Yeah, one thing as well, if you ever go to the pyramids, remember, they are tourist destinations these days. And because of that, there's going to be a lot of touristy stuff around them that might throw you off guard. If you remember that, then you won't be as, like, kind of like... not disappointed, but, like, feeling like this is weird and this isn't what I expected, you know? It's not just like you get to go after you've walked across the desert for 20 miles with a camel, and then suddenly there are pyramids, and now there are roads nearby. There are probably stores that sell a shirt that says, I went all the way to the Egyptian pyramids and all I got was this t-shirt, you know? Like, you're gonna see stuff like that.
Almost certainly, yeah. I mean, it's all tourist sites, and I mean, a lot of major archaeological sites just devolve into that, right? Like...
Yeah, what's nice, like, I lived near Dinosaur National Monument, which, you know, is a place with tons and tons of dinosaur fossils, genuinely impressive. And that one, at least, it's mostly surrounded, like, because it's on government land, it's very much, hey, this is educational stuff and historical stuff, and it's nice that it's like, that is what's in the immediate area, and you have to drive like a few miles away in order to actually get to one of the touristy stores. So I love it. Like, it's the correct separation between history and commercialism. Yeah, anyone liking dinosaurs, go to Dinosaur National Monument. Yeah, I went there like every single year when I was a kid, and I remember going during the years where the balcony that everybody had to stand on was tilted and was about to break, and then they had to shut down the monument for a few years in order to actually build something that wouldn't eventually collapse and kill everybody. But, you know, we still went. We stood at the handrail that was leaning forward at an angle that made me feel very uncomfortable. I don't know how they kept it open that long with it tilting that far.
There's someone around here. Because no inspectors came? I don't know.
Or it's like...
Because it would have costed them money to fix it.
Yeah. Eventually it got to the point that it got shut down and they thought, well, that's the end of this. We're not going to reopen. And then everyone's like, no, you've got to fix it and reopen it because this is the national monument. You can't just be like, no more seeing the dinosaurs. And so they built something that was sturdy enough that it's going to last for a very, very long time.
So right now, our zombies are actually in the lead. Although Jal is not far behind, and Drex is pretty close to finishing up the first level.
Honestly, I think Jal has a good chance of catching up. Drex may be able to as well, but Jal, you know, has played in a lot of Kusogrande and has done fantastic before. Like, and she's also been a GM for us. I would not be surprised if Jal manages to pass one of our zombies, or even both.
Yeah, we're also only not even 20 minutes in, and the first level is really mostly just like letting you get used to what's going on and like tutorializing you kind of. So if people are gonna hit walls, it's still gonna be coming up yet, and just there's plenty of time left.
Yeah, just
for
because
some
you
lead
struggle
changes and
early
whatnot.
doesn't mean that you're out of this. Did a wall just smush Drex? Beautiful.
I did not see what. There are lots of things that smush you. So Toasty just got smushed by a cube. A falling cube from the ceiling.
I do have a
Drex
question.
may have gotten crushed by a wall or
Is
a
your-
column. They're also falling columns.
Is your health the dots around the circle?
I believe so.
That's so
Yes.
like minute for a detail. I guess it works, but especially since
Yeah,
I'm colorblind, like the green didn't really stand out to me.
Oh yeah, it doesn't stand out much to me either, honestly. Honestly, I barely paid attention to it when I was playing. I think it's the health, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. The refs are confirming that yes, the green dots are your health. And that
Yeah.
when you're fighting enemies, blue dots show up, which are their health. I never noticed that either when playing, because they're so, like, minute and so, like,
It doesn't seem like you really
barely
need to know
visible.
the enemy's health. You just whack them a few times.
You don't. You just whack them till they're dead. They really did not care to make them very easily seeable.
Now, one thing that I do appreciate, like the Tomb Raider games, there is a button so that you can immediately look behind you. You know, Tomb Raider, you sort of roll, do an action roll, and then stand facing the opposite direction. This, you hit the L button. I'm not exactly sure the L1 button, and it's a 180-degree turn. Unsure what the animation is, but I would be using that all the time in this game. It's a very, very helpful thing when you're using tank controls to be able to immediately go the opposite direction.
Giles just got smushed by a column. Interesting thing about those columns that Kazuya learned is when Kazuya was testing this for me, you can, if you walk into the columns while they're still standing up, but they've started to fall, like they started their animation but haven't actually started falling yet, they will kill you.
Okay, so standing columns will kill you. Good to know.
At least sometimes they killed Kazuya. I'm assuming that technically their animation had started, so their hitbox was already active. I don't know.
That's good. It's good. That's good, good.
Bad games don't make sense sometimes.
That's good. I love that I'm looking at the controls here, and then I get to surfing controls? Okay. Not what I don't recall surfing in The Mummy.
I don't know what they are either. I did not run into them in my time playing.
Yeah. Chat, by the way, is noting that Toasty had a game over. That will happen occasionally, but as long as you've made it to a specific stage, you should be able to continue that stage.
Yeah.
But it will take you to the beginning.
Yep.
Are you able to save partway through a level?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I ever tried. It gives you a prompt at the end, and that's when I generally saved. You might be able to through the pause menu. I don't recall you being able to, though. I think it's just a between levels thing.
Yeah, with that said, like, if there were passwords continuing or saves that people could use during the game, if they were not told that they couldn't, that is something that they are welcome to do. However, it also comes with the risk that if you save in a bad spot, you might be in trouble. But I don't think that's happening in this game. I don't think it's relevant. It's just something that I would think about as a player, seeing if I could save in the middle of a level. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always worth like thinking about, especially in a game like this. Like, if you could save after getting a couple pieces, that could really keep you from having to redo the whole level when you die.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be save scumming. You know, it's just saving at a spot where you're like, okay, there might be something dangerous coming up next, you know, and I made a decent amount of progress up until this point. Let's just go ahead and get a small save here.
Yep.
Hey, Jal got another of the pieces, up to 2 on 1-2. Neitzel and Toasty Stoat are still in the lead, but Jal working to catch up here.
Yeah, I mean, that does catch Jal up to where Neitzel is just about. And Toasty Stoat did game over, so Toasty Stoat is back at none. So this is definitely the opportunity. If it, you know, Jal can make a good push through this level, while Toasty Stoat is, you know, behind after having game over. That could, you know, cement not getting eliminated.
Yes. The staying in the tournament is what both players want. They need to not come in 3rd or 4th place. They need to be 1st or 2nd. So, you know, our zombies currently are dangerous, but the players can still catch up. We'll see what they're able to do. Now, I can read a little bit of the background story for the game. For people who don't know the story of the Mummy, just so you all know, this font is very, very difficult to read. Thank you so much, The Mummy, but I will try my best here. The story begins in Thebes, 1290 BC. Pharaoh Seti's mistress betrays him with his trusted priest, Imhotep. Imhotep and Ankh-Su-Namun are discovered and taken to Hamunaptra, city of the dead, where they are cursed and mummified. Wait, what were they doing? Okay, she betrayed him. I don't know. I'm gonna have to, read up how the betrayal worked, but yeah. Imhotep suffers the Hamdal, the worst of all the Egyptian curses. Over 3,000 years has passed since Imhotep's evil fate. A foreign legionnaire known as Rick O'Connell is caught up in a raging battle above Hamunaptra. He barely escapes with his life. Sometime later, Rick returns to the lost city of the dead with Egyptologist Evelyn Carnahan and her treasure-seeking brother, Jonathan. What seems like a simple expedition for knowledge, riches, and fame rapidly turns into an epic adventure. On their way to Hamunaptra, Evelyn reads passages from the ancient Book of the Dead and mistakenly awakens Imhotep. With the evil Hamdai curse lifted, Rick and Evelyn must stop Imhotep in his tracks and return him to deep sleep.
So one other thing about the manual that actually the players noticed. So some of the players were looking at the credits.
Okay.
And they noticed that there's one guy, Ed Cookson, who is credited 4 times. He's credited as the lead artist and assistant producer. He's credited as sound design. He's credited as music designer. And he's credited under technical design.
Okay. Which, it's very difficult for one person to have that many roles for a game. It can be done. I mean, look at Stardew Valley. Absolutely amazing. But that's a 2D game as well. We're dealing with a 3D game, which again can be done, and genuinely seeing that this game runs well, I think that he did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, the sound and music design isn't bad either. He was just the lead artist. There were a bunch of other artists. There was a whole art team, so it's not like he was doing all the art himself, but I mean, there's quite a bit of music and sound to this game, so that alone, like, just being the sole person doing all of that in a game of this era, I feel like this was already the era of, like, having sound teams, like, having more than one person do your sound design.
Honestly, just looking at everything that he did for some of the games, he only worked on 8 games, but some of them has multiple credits for different things that he did. I fear that he might have burned out because of how much work he had, you know.
Yeah, they were probably overusing him and honestly taking advantage of him, because that unfortunately is a common thing in the game industry, of workers getting taken advantage of because they're passionate about games, and sometimes executives take advantage of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised, but, you know, programming here, I see a name that's pretty familiar to me. Mike Healy on the programming team worked on quite a few games. Let me go ahead and take a look to see which ones stand out here. I mean, Last of Us Part 1 was senior manager over there. That's freaking amazing, being able to move up from The Mummy to a game that, like, was that important to me. It was very, very important. But we also have the Alien vs. Predator game. Don't know if that was any good. Some of the Call of Duty games. The Simpsons game for PS2. I'm a little scared now.
Which Alien vs. Predator game? The Rebellion one? The Jaguar one?
Let's see. It was on Windows and Xbox 360.
Okay.
Released in
Different one.
2010, and I can't view the pictures because I don't want to enter my age yet again. It's been too many times.
2010?
Yeah.
Alien vs. Predator game in 2010? Was Aliens vs. Predator a relevant franchise in 2010?
I mean, apparently also worked on the one in 2000. That might have been a re-release that he helped with. And possibly worked on the original as well. But yeah, like, this is one of his first games that he worked on, you know. Went on to do a lot of good work on a lot of decent games, a handful of games that, you know, aren't great, but, like, even Battlezone for PS4, Astrobot for PS5, which I hear is one of the best games on the PS5, like, unironically.
Yeah, and this by far is, like, not the worst game out there. And so, like, having worked on this is not that big of, like, a mark of shame as it would be on some game. Oh, I remember this now. This is the surfing section. I remember this section. This is where I stopped playing. I forgot about this section. I stopped playing here.
Fantastic.
This was miserable.
I mean, I didn't see much of it, but Toasty Stoke got a little bit into it and immediately it fell or something. Neitzel and Jal, by the way, are on to 1-3. Fantastic job for them. Jal is currently not in risk of being eliminated. Gotta hold on to this placement, though. Okay. Log surfing, gotcha. This doesn't seem like it'll be too complicated. Jump and grab the Ankh. Or die. It's like trick or treat, but with your life. Dunk or die. Dunk, duck, quack, quack. The music is so extra. You know, I'm just thinking, like, if you were an early programmer, this is one of the first games that you helped program. Even though it doesn't appear like this game was really a commercial success, this would be great on your resume because, like, it runs pretty dang well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good game, but it's by far not the worst game I have. This was my nice pick. This is what I led with because this is, like, the least bad thing I have.
Yeah. And
ready for them right now.
Yeah, for a group where all of the players came last, giving a game that like is right on the edge is pretty appropriate. Honestly, I think that if I played this when I was a teen, I would have played through all of it. I would have had fun with this.
It probably depends on what else you've played, right? Like, if you played this having played, like, Tomb Raider, I feel like this probably wouldn't feel great to play.
I think that playing Tomb Raider would have helped playing this.
I feel like this would feel worse, right? Like
Probably
this
feel worse, yeah.
Now, one thing I will say about this is this does have, and I don't think the early Tomb Raiders on PlayStation would have. This does have, because this was so late in the PlayStation cycle, this does have.
Oh no, Toasty Stoke got a game over.
Oh, another
Back
one?
to the beginning of 1-2 when he was, I think, pretty close to the end there. That is rough, but that's okay. He doesn't know how far everybody else has made it. Neither does, well, none of them know. So, you know, you're really just trying to push your personal best and try not to think about how well other people may be doing, because just focus on yourself. Don't worry about them.
I do think that Toasty Stoat has gamed over a couple times. I think Drex has game overed a couple times. I do not think Jal or Neitzel have game overed yet. I have not seen it, and that's one of the reasons they're, you know, already on one, you know, they're already this deep in, because they're just making consistent progress. They're not gaming over. They're not losing progress. Wait, is that? I think Jal just took the lead. Jal just collected a third key gem.
Very
or star
nice.
Key, whatever it's called.
Jal is indeed in the lead, putting Jal in the chance to take first place. You know, these are killer zombies. They do matter. We call them killer zombies because essentially, when we get to the end of some of the groups, we do not have enough players in a point group to play, and our GMs, or at times, well, yeah, it's our GMs who step in and play. And if the players are going up against two zombies, or if they've already faced a kind zombie earlier because they just had one person fill, then they have to go up against people who will count. You know, it would be too much of advantage for somebody to keep waiting until the end of a match, or the end of round 1, 2, 3, 4, and then getting placed against GMs who do not count, you know.
Yeah.
So thus, we've got the fangs out.
Yeah, and quite a few of our GMs are quite strong competitors, so yeah. it's definitely a disincentive, because you don't want them counting.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of us that are definitely not as strong as our average players. I mean, we have some really strong players. Even in this 2-point match, we have Zhao, who is a strong player and a former GM herself. So
yeah, what's great is that I technically could do a setup and play as a zombie, and like with the current setup that I have, I could be a zombie up against people. But the thing is, I also know that I have specific strengths and weaknesses, and depending on the type of game, you know, I think that I would have a pretty good awareness of whether I'm going to be in the top of the pack or falling behind. Like, if you give me something, the older it is, the better I'm going to do. That's my rule.
So you're saying you wouldn't do very good at the mummy?
You know what? Because of how much Xena and Tomb Raider I've played, I feel like I would probably be at least above average for the mummy. Like, this era, or this type of PS1 game, I would feel much more confident in than other types of 3D games. Give me 10 controls. Like, the thing is, if there are controls that people generally consider bad, it gives me an advantage because I learn how to make them work, and I actually really often enjoy bad controls. Or at least I figure out how to make them work for me, you know? So, like, the worse this controls, the better I'm gonna do against people.
So one thing I was about to say earlier is, so since this is pretty late in the library, this does actually have dual shock support. So this does have analog support. They could be using analog stick. I don't know if they are or not, but they absolutely have that option, and it probably doesn't help. It almost certainly does not help either one way or the other. It's not the tank controls so much, but it's more so like just how slow the game feels to move, like how slow the movement feels. There's a run button, but it still just feels kind of clunky.
Yeah. For
Jal is on a... Is this another log section? This is...
It appears to be. Yeah, despite how similar this looks to... Oh my
where
god.
Toasty was...
This
Wait, no,
looks
this
just
is
like...
exactly
This
where
is where
Toasty
Stoat was.
Did Jal
Excuse me?
lose progress, or was Toasty Stoat actually on 1-3?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. This is certainly the same area, though. Like, the layout is exactly the same. Yeah. Refs are going to be figuring that out. Don't worry. Our job is to do commentary and say that Jal got a game over. Oh, no! It is back to the beginning of the level that she is on, which I believe is the same one as Toasty Stoat. Needsoul may be the only one on 1-3 then. We'll have to see. Toasty Stoat is back to the surfing. Yep, it's absolutely the same level as Toasty Stoat, 100%. Needsoul, kill the mummies. Even though they're not the mummy, they're mummies. You can deal with them. Whoop.
It does seem that they're all on the same level.
Everyone?
From what I'm seeing, but
Wait, Needsoul is
well,
on...
not Drex. Not Drex. Drex is definitely on a different... Needsoul's now in that same area.
Yep, this is the surfing area, I think. Right?
Yes.
Well...
Oh, this is like the lead up to it.
Yep, here we go. Surfing time, everybody.
You know, Drex is behind the rest of them. Drex is one level behind.
Yeah, mind you, our referees have a pretty difficult job keeping track of everything going on, and I appreciate everything that they do. If it ends up being a little bit confusing, that's okay. We usually didn't show the tracker before on stream. So, you know, it will be updated with I almost said with incorrect information. With the correct stuff in a little bit. Don't worry too much. Okay, they're all on 1-3. The big question will be who made it to which sections first for the tiebreaker. Of course, we may see more progress past this. Ooh. Drex now on 1-3. And Chad is asking, do we know if level progress is linear? As far as we can tell, or level order, I believe so. I do not see any not like the levels are going to go in the same order, considering it's a movie game, and the levels also appear to be very linear for what you need to do. However, the players need to remember which logs to go to duck under and which logs to jump over, and Toasty Stoat yet again game over on the surfing section. Game over for Neitzel as well. Like, this is honestly, anybody could make progress here. Now, Drex, in the beginning of 1-3, no gems collected yet. You know, he has a little work, and because he doesn't know the layout of this level, it will likely take him longer to get to the surfing section than all the other players, just because he's got to figure out what these puzzles are and how to make progress. The music is just so extra for... This is a puzzle where you carry a torch around for a little while. Yeah, bash the guy with the torch. Take that, nerd. Yeah, the surfing section apparently is very difficult because nobody has passed it at this point. Now, I believe that the current order of people making it to the surfing section, likely Toasty Stoat first, Jal second, Neitzel third. Drex, of course, following up the rear, hasn't made it there quite yet. So we will see if any of them can pass that and get another gem. Remember, we are judging this based off of the number of gems they've gotten and then the timestamp for collecting that gem. It doesn't matter how far they make it along the surfing section. There's probably a gem right after it. If they can just get to the end once and get that gem, that puts them in first place. They don't know where they are compared to everybody else, though. But a good thing to assume is that if you're struggling with the section, probably everybody else is. Why should you assume that? First, it's usually true. Second, if it's not true, do you really want to worry about that? Do you really want to put that stress on your shoulders? No! Don't be dumb. Just assume that everybody else is as good or bad as you.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know. You could be way ahead, you could be way behind. Most likely you're right in the pack with everyone else. Like, most of the time, if you're struggling with something, everyone else is struggling with it.
Yeah, one funny thing, I know in my match when I played Wait and See, years and years ago on Kusogrande, a Russian platforming bootleg with Bugs Bunny. I knew that everybody would probably be struggling with one specific jump because I couldn't figure out what to do. And so what I did was I specifically did a jump with a move that would make me move as far as possible so that I would get the most horizontal distance because I assumed everybody else probably made it here, but if I can figure out a longer jump, that might give me the victory. So I did that. It did. It ended up paying off.
Yeah, I know that doesn't necessarily always pay off now, because I know with our refs now, sometimes, you know, if functionally the progress is the same, being like you're falling in the same hole, that kind of thing, and you aren't doing anything that's inherently, like, more correct to get you across that, it would... I know sometimes we count that as the same and go to the time.
It depends on...
now.
I think the instructions that are given, oftentimes when I give a game, especially a 2D platformer, I'm like, a 2D platformer that scrolls left to right, I'm like, literally, pixel progress is what matters to me. And the refs, you know, when those instructions are given, they will follow them. Yeah. But not every game makes sense to track that way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, some games don't just go left to right. Some games loop back and have verticality to them.
Yep.
Yeah, the one I was thinking of was I think it was Home Alone 2, which has a lot of levels that like go up and down and back and around and
it's
around the level.
You have to go into a room and then out of the room in order to be able to go and push the button for the elevator, you know, just like basic kind of nonsense things where like, yeah, it makes sense if you go into a room, but if you didn't actually enter a room, it doesn't matter how far you ran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we had one where like 2 people fell in the same pit and there was like some effort at one point to like figure out which one of them was like further in the pit, and then it was just decided, nah, they're just both in the pit. It's just gonna be time. Because they were just told, they weren't told specifically like linear progress, they were just told progress and same obstacle as same progress.
Same obstacle, yeah, if it's not called like straight linear progress, then it makes sense dying to a specific obstacle is usually enough. I usually use like a tiebreaker, like rather than being time, like the specific pixel distance is the tiebreaker, and then if it can't be decided that way because it's pixel perfect, then time. That's my personal preference, but that's just me. It's not how everybody does it, and you know, I like that we're able to have game masters who set up the specific rules for a match. Oh
also,
no,
some games
no!
Some games that's easier than others, right? Especially when we get into like 3D like this, like it's really hard. When you could be left or right of someone, like who died further, who died closer to the next thing, who knows? Right? Like so it can also be hard sometimes when you're not necessarily dealing with 2D platformers to. So every game has different tracking, and thanks to our refs, we could do a lot more complicated things with tracking sometimes now.
Yep. Oh my gosh. It's just the log section is so punishing for one mistake. Neitzel not even going for the bonuses here, just ducking and surfing, which I'm not sure if that onk matters at all. Oh, yeah, bad placement, but I don't think Neitzel made it that far down the river, and that was 1 life left, which 1 life in this game is no lives. That's something by the PlayStation era that should have been, it shows 0 lives for your last life. Come on. It makes more sense. Right? At least in my opinion, because that should be your reserve lives. Those are your extra lives. If you have 1 up in the corner, that means that you've got a secret Brendan Fraser just waiting to break out. Just rah! But if you have 0 Brendan Frasers in your inventory, that's it. You are Brendan Fraser. Ooh, Drex died. Honestly, dying, like getting a game over at this point would be worth it. Because this is the very beginning of the stage. Just get a game over so you have a clean start. Ooh, I do like chat's suggestion of always using Brendan Fraser as a life. Absolutely. I'm trying to think of other things that Brendan Fraser has been in. George of the Jungle was, like, the original movie was pretty fantastic. And I know that he was in a recent movie that was really, really good, The Whale. I haven't seen it. What about... Like, I'm really excited that he's making a return to movies these days because he just disappeared for a while and everybody was like, where did he go? But yeah, looking recently, like, The Whale, probably the biggest thing. Looking at things between The Mummy and the present, he was in he was in things almost every year. Like a couple episodes of King of the Hill did some voices. You know, Journey to the Center of the Earth in 2008 was in that. And then Adventure to the Center of the Earth, not Journey to the Center of the Earth, Adventure He was the same character in that video game. Why did they change the name then? He was in a few episodes of The Fairly Odd Parents, G.I. Joe movie, Standoff, Escape from Planet Earth. So he didn't go anywhere. He was in stuff. It's just nobody saw the stuff that he was in. Who watched Pawn Shop Chronicles? I didn't. How about Hairbrain? Nope. The Nut Job? No, I didn't watch that. Anybody ever see the TV show Nightcap? I didn't. He was an episode of that. TV series Condor? Don't even know what that is. Is that about a bird or is it about the military? Probably one of those two. So, he was around, just nobody watched his stuff. Taven, thanks for resubscribing. Good to have you here. I appreciate it. Oh, did Brendan Fraser make a director angry? Yeah, that's the thing about Hollywood. Like, there was an issue at a time where certain people were getting blacklisted, and that wasn't good. Simply put, anybody could be put on a blacklist for, like, especially when reasons aren't given. It's problematic. And then still, like, people's opinions about you still carry a lot of weight, and there's a lot of, like, you know, if I don't want you to work in this industry, then I might be able to make it happen because I'm so-and-so. Toasty Stoat is through the surfing and got an extra key thingy. That means that Toasty Stoat is currently in the lead, with Jal in second due to the tiebreaker rule, Neitzel in third, Drex currently in fourth. Still, I don't know why it hasn't been updated. Drex is on 1-3 and has one of the pieces. I don't know if Drex got more on a previous playthrough, but Drex is starting to catch up. Linker is saying Toasty might not be in the lead because he may have skipped a level. Excuse me?
Yeah, there's a lot of... I'm monitoring the ref chat. There's a lot of... You might be able to... this is something I didn't know about. You might be able to go back outside and then go to a different level somehow. I'm not sure. It's sounding like he might have entered the second level, and then left it, and then entered a different level.
Is that a glitch or the way that the game's supposed to work?
I
love that they have put Toasty Stoat specifically in the Tubin bin. That's beautiful. And that is a game over for Toasty, opening up the chance for Jal and Neitzel to catch up. Yeah, Elepex is saying this is why they added video reviews for professional sports, because sometimes you don't know what happened. And something weird for Toasty Stoat may have happened. And that could affect placements. That could specifically affect, you know, whether or not the match is valid as well. We'll have to see. But if it were an unknown glitch, oftentimes we do permit glitches if they are not explicitly disallowed. I don't know. So.
Yeah, it could also be that the levels are not linear, which I did not tell them that the levels were or were not linear, either way, one way or the other. I just told them level completion and then the key gem things collected in the level they're on.
Jal
we'll leave it up
might
to the refs
make
to
it through.
decide
There we go. Jal is through the difficult part of the surfing section and may rival Toasty Stoat in a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, with that said, this is why we have referees who are helping out, who can make some of the tough calls. In general, like, we have instructions and procedures for certain situations, but occasionally you get a situation that is completely brand new, and it's like, what do we do? Turns out Jal probably needs to pick up that pickaxe I assume there's a pickaxe on the ground to the right. Or you grab onto this wall. Who knew? Who could have known? What the crap? This game's stupid. But yeah, I appreciate the refs who are taking the time to discuss this and decide per... Like, it's also sort of establishing, you know, this is the way that we decided for this specific game, so if the issue shows up in the future, that this is how the decision played, you know, setting a precedence is always helpful as well. And if the players are not satisfied about how things went and want a review, they can always ask for that and give a reason, you know. We are more than happy to have that happen. With that said, Jal is at least in second place, possibly in first place. If the match counts, we will have to see what happens. Did Jal die? Jal did indeed die, but luckily has extra lives. Unfortunately, no time, because that, my dear friends, is time. That's the way the cookie crumbles, y'all. Turns out, cookies turn into sand, and sand turns into mummies. And mummies turn into Brendan Fraser. It's the circle of life, everybody. Awesome! I'm going to go ahead and let them all join General Voice. Because we do have zombies here, I like to welcome everybody to come and chat. I honestly am impressed with how Jal did with the surfing, especially. Drex in the chat saying the best part was the extra Brendans. That's correct. Having extra Brendans as part of your inventory is great.
Hello.
Hello, Neitzel. Welcome. Great job in the match today.
Thanks. It was a lot of fun. It's like I was saying to Novolecta before the match. It's like I remember seeing reviews of the game back when it was released, and it got like 1 out of 10, that kind of score. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's not fantastic, but overall, I had a lot of fun with it personally.
Yeah, but. By the way, we have all of our players in here. Great job, everybody. There is being some review here because we're a little bit confused about something that happened. Yeah, hello, Toasty Stowe. We're actually confused about you.
Oh,
because
okay, great.
They think that you might have skipped a level somehow.
Oh.
Okay. I think you could go into the levels in any order. Is that wrong?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. That the level order is not necessarily fixed.
Yeah, so the admins or the refs are talking with some of the admins to discuss how they want to do this. And so we'll have to see. Like, what?
Yeah, personally, in terms of difficulty, I felt like the first 2 levels that I did were a lot easier compared to the third one.
Yeah, if the third one was the river, then yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I thought the third one was fine. Like I was about to say, I was having fun with this game until Imhotep's Wild River Rapids. And then I stopped having fun.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the river was
the
bad.
River, yeah. Instant deaths when you hit with the log. Absolutely not.
The worst part is the steering, though. Because you think if you're going to steer to the right a little bit, you would keep going right, but it keeps placing you back the other way.
Oh, really?
I had to map my controls again.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
Just to get through it.
You
that one
remapped
time
your
I got through it, I
controls?
remapped my controls.
To be fair, that was actually a pretty good idea because I got confused a few times and I died a few times just because I messed up jump and crouching during that section. So that remapping was probably a great idea.
Extremely evil that it tells you jump and crouch in the opposite order to how it would be laid out on a PlayStation controller.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also funny how short it is, but you don't know that because it's so miserable until you finish it.
Yeah, also something that's weird is that it feels like in the end you don't have to change direction at all. It's like if you just stay the track and just do a jump and a crouch, that's enough. Because when you start moving, it just places you back on a certain point, and that's super annoying and confusing. I died quite a lot of times due to that.
Yeah, I certainly think this game has some issues, but I feel like I would have really enjoyed this back in the day.
I liked it a lot.
Good.
Yeah, same.
It reminds me of the Fifth Element PS1, which I used to speedrun.
No, that game is bad. Okay, I have to say objectively, that game is a problem. Drex, what about you? Like, I haven't heard too much about your thoughts. Like, where does this lie? Have you played much PS1?
Nope. I didn't grow up with a PS1, so this is very, very outside of what I normally play.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of PS1 show up in the past, but it's showing up more and more. You know, it sort of sometimes is like, welcome to Kusogrande. Hopefully you got a game that, you know, is a genre that you're a little more familiar with, and if not, then we'll see how you're able to figure it out. You didn't do too bad. Like, honestly, based off of what I saw, you were a little bit behind, but not really that far. You know, you were catching up a decent amount, especially there at the end.
I think the biggest problem I had with it was that everything looks the same. And I get really turned around, and this happens in real life too. I'm terribly directionally challenged, so once I got lost, I just got kind of lost.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest complaint. It's very samey looking, but I've played the Tomb Raider games. I've played Xena, PS1. Like, this, even if, you know, tank controls aren't my favorite, I feel like this is a game that I want to give a shot myself because it seems like it's right up my alley. But again, that's a personal preference rather than anything else. So right now, our refs are discussing exactly what to do with the match because there are a few different ways that this could be taken. If we count, because Toasty Stoat, we believe that you left level 2 and went to level 3, right?
Does level 2 you go to from the hub world without any loading zone? Because if so, yes.
I don't know.
Or maybe I took a different loading zone.
So what I got is like I got the Egyptian guy first. I got the guy from the tribe first. Then I got Benny, so like the funny character from the movie in the loading, and then I got the mummy. So I don't know if
there was a load
That was the
zone
same
then.
for me.
It sounds like there were different paths you could take from the hub world.
Yeah. So, like, if we counted progress in the same stage there, then technically Toasty Stoat skipped a stage and would be considered in first. If we didn't do that, Toasty Stoat would be considered in last. However, yeah, like, it's a significant difference there. Hence a little bit of the confusion.
I would be in last actually because I did not do a level other than that second level I went to.
Yeah. So right now they're trying to decide if it is going to be valid here. Yeah, and technically in that case, Jal would be in first, Neitzel second, Drex third, Toasty Stoat fourth. But they may be binning this match because of some of the confusion that happened with this match. So we'll see. Like, when they app me, we'll go ahead and make that official decision out there and let everybody know what's going on. But until then, great job, everybody. Let's go ahead and go through any plugs that you have, anything that you would like to share with the world. Drex, do you have anything going on these days that people should know about? If not, any games you've been playing?
I mean, basically all I've been playing for the last 3 weeks is Marathon, so if you tune into my stream, that's what you can expect to see.
Okay. Tune in. What games were you playing? Sorry, I spaced off.
Marathon.
New
Marathon.
Yeah, I have Marathon. I need to start playing a little Season 2.
It's real good, and it's unfortunate that a lot of people are not giving it a chance and thinking it's real bad, but if you're into that kind of game, it's real good.
Okay, I will give it a shot, because it looks appealing to me, and I already have the game. Jal, what about you? What would you like to plug?
You could watch my stream. I'm playing Jack 2 right now. I play player choice only, or chat choice rather.
Chat choice games over at Jal's stream. It's Jal _ correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so feel free to check out Jal as well. Neat Soul, what about you?
Nothing special. So again, we open submissions for Big Bad Game Marathon on Wednesday.
Yeah, if you want to speedrun the Mummy, you could potentially make that mistake as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a full month to learn it and submit it
It's
because the submissions.
time.
Yeah, it's all of the month of July, the submissions. And honestly, I had a lot of fun with this game, so I might consider. I don't have time, but maybe it might go down in my pile of maybe some days. Someday.
Yeah. Well, fantastic. Yeah, I'm excited for Big Bad Game-a-thon. Not Electa! What are you up to?
Discussions with Max on what we're about to do about this match. Not really much. I will be at SGDQ and we'll probably be GMing some. I will be GMing some in the Kuso Live, so.
Yeah, Kuso Live, everybody, will be hot. Make sure if you are at GDQ, on Monday, you should be able to go and play in the qualifiers somewhere between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Show up. You don't have to sign up beforehand, but it's a good idea if you show up, sign up on the sheet there so that you can get your name down. Okay, and Toasty Stoat, how about you?
Me, right now, I am busy in the run-up in preparations for ESA's Summer Marathon. So that's just about 1 month away. So I'm going to be on the fundraising team again, like doing interviews, being the guy who reads some of your donations. We got two streams for basically the whole week long.
I would love to go to ESA one of these days. Like, if y'all, like, I mean, I don't have the money for it. That's the unfortunate thing, but I would love to go.
Yeah, no, we realize it's expensive for a lot of people, but we would love to have you.
Yeah, maybe one day. If I make $1 million from my NES game, sure. Okay, well, that is that. We'll go ahead and let y'all go while the decisions are being made. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your Sunday. We've got one more match. Bye, friends.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
See you later.
See ya. Okay, well, everybody, this is Kusogrande. We're moving on to the reveal for the last game, so please, Crappy, could you avoid smooching Brendan Fraser for once and just take us to the reveal here? Crappy, you gonna do it? No. Just romance. That's all Crappy cares about, romance. You know who else cares about romance? Not our next GM. Instead, it's Shrambles. Come on in. No romance for you. Hello, Shrambles.
You saying I don't have romance in my life?
I
what are you accusing me of, being an unloved human being?
Do you have
that
romance?
might be true, but that doesn't mean you can accuse me of that, Brosenja.
We can set you up. Are you... I was going to say, like, are you looking for a guy, a girl? anyone like where are we going here, Shambles?
Irrelevant. I'm taking you down, bro.
Oh, me. Ooh.
Yeah,
we're going down.
I'm bromosensual. That's what I.
Oh my God! Never say that again.
Well, I'm here, and I'm here for Kuso.
Yes. Well, I'm here for whatever Kuso you have. So, what game do we have today?
So, how do you feel about penguins, Brosensha?
Penguins are cute. Yeah, there's a great penguin game on the NES.
Yeah, a lot of good penguin games on the NES.
Yeah.
How do you feel about mutants?
Okay, like, they're fine. Like, if it's not their fault they're a mutant, then I accept them into my life. If they look weird, I probably wouldn't want to date one. Just because,
How do you feel about them combined and they're attacking you? As in, attack of the mutant penguins for the Atari Jaguar.
Are they cute? I don't know. We're gonna have an hour to decide that, and I spent way too much time talking and not enough time getting the match ready before this one.
Of course.
But we do have 4 players trying to make as much progress through these mutant wastelands as possible. Whoever does takes the victory. Whoever doesn't only gets 2 points. And do you know how many points the players have going into this match?
So I believe this is a 10-point match, so only one person is going to survive the mutant penguins.
Oh, this is round 3. They have 10 points. They must come in first in order to take the victory. If not, the penguins win.
The penguins win.
I'm sorry.
The penguins might win. 3 worlds of penguins are going to win.
It's true.
Honestly, I'm going to tell you, they're technically not penguins.
That's stupid. Why would you call it the Attack of the Mutant Penguins and then not have penguins?
They're aliens. Let me read you the lore. The lore on this game is crazy.
It looks like our bottom left player is not capturing the full game, by the way.
I think
the very bottom is not being captured, it looks like.
Yes.
Okay, I'm still working on getting everything looking right, everybody. Don't worry, we'll get there.
I'll save us some time by giving you kind of the lore of this game.
Yes. Give me lore.
This is directly from the manual. It's a fairly well-known fact that the Earth's television transmissions bounce around the atmosphere and off satellites positioned around the Earth's orbit. Some of these signals are beamed far into space where they could, potentially, be picked up by aliens. What? You don't believe in aliens? You better think again. The Earth is being threatened by something, and it's sure not human. It all started in the far galaxy of Blurg Nebula Quadrant, where an evil race of slimy green, but reasonably stupid aliens were monitoring the Earth's transmissions. Unfortunately for them, but lucky for us, they tuned in only at a specific time to a specific television channel and picked up the wildlife show. After watching a few shows, they disguised themselves as the obviously dominant species on Earth, the penguin. Soon after landing on Earth, they realized they had made a mistake. It was unlikely that a penguin could infiltrate the human race and become president. Citation needed. So a rethink was in order. They decided to disguise themselves yet again as humans. So to recap, we have slimy green aliens disguised as penguins, disguised as humans trying to invade the Earth. Of course, they had to improvise a bit on the new disguises. As a result, the disguises fooled nobody. When Earth penguins found out about this slur on their integrity, they were not happy, and now they're out to set the record straight. Woe to any alien penguin who meets a good penguin, he'll be in for a fight. Word of Earth's plight had also reached those champions of intergalactic do-goodery, Bernard and Rodney. This dynamic duo is a legend throughout the known universe. You don't mess with these boys. Bernard is a demon with a frying pan, and Rodney kicks butt with a baseball bat. In case you haven't figured it out, Bernard doesn't cook, and Rodney can't play baseball. They use their accessories in other ways.
Oh no, not other ways.
That's it. That's the lore.
Okay, beautiful. Well,
I mean, there's
I'm
more,
ready
but, like,
for
that's where
one player to confirm that they are ready, because I personally am. I don't hear audio from their game, but I hear audio from Burst Error. Let's listen to some of this music before we get started. Never mind, it just went to no music. That's great.
Yeah, there is no music during the actual gameplay.
Perfect. Well, we're going to do the countdown now. What would be good emotes? Obviously, anything mutant-wise.
Mutants, penguins, gremlins, treasure chests, any kind of, like, accessory, baseball bats, pans, just weapons of any kind. That would be fine.
Do it! Spam, spam, spam! We're ready! And as soon as I see movement, I will start our timer. Select your player. Does it matter?
It does not matter. The characters basically play the exact same. Just one of them spells out the word pan, and the other one spells the word bat. So the beginning of each level allows the players to peek to see what the level looks like.
Okay, definitely a good idea. Well, I believe we are off to a quick start with Burst Error moving Hazel Shade as well. We're off to the beginning. What is the tracking metric that we have here?
So we're going by levels completed and then penguins left in the level. And I want to touch on this. The players are pushing their attack button, but they don't get an attack immediately. They need to collect these gremlins, put them into chests, and inside those chests will have a letter, or sometimes it won't have anything, and they'll spell out the word that is their weapon, and then they can attack mutant penguins.
By the way, I want to state that the results are in for the previous match, and because of confusion with things that happened, they have decided that the killer zombies were defanged and thus not able to chump, meaning that Jal takes first and Drex takes second. Very fantastic job. They are both still in Kusogrande, so that was what the refs believed was the fairest way to proceed with some of the level select confusion and shenanigans. It was still very clear which of the players was the best during that match. Apparently, we also have they will get zombified through this. What that means is that if they face another zombie, it certainly 100% will be a killer zombie, even if it's only one zombie that they're facing. So they are in risk of zombies in the future, but they got free this time. Ooh, it looks like Hazel Shade has a pan.
So Hazel Shade has the pan, and now here comes the even weirder part of this game.
Okay.
You need to hit the penguins, the mutant penguins, and they'll drop these like orbs. And you can see there's a meter on the right. You need to get that meter filled in to about half, and when it's filled up to about half, then you can actually kill the mutant penguins.
What the crap is this?
This is a video game. Have you not seen a video game before, Placentia?
Apparently not. Thought I had, but yeah.
It's essentially a tower defense game.
That's what it looks like, but I think you're the tower.
Yeah, and Icy has, both Icy and Unakoli have lost. The Doomsday machine has been triggered, and they have game over.
Dang it! I can't believe that Doomsday from Mutant Penguins happened. Yeah, actually, I can believe it. Welcome to Kusogrande, everybody. This is... I won't say
looks like
par for
Hazel
the course,
Shade
but
is also
it
going to be
happens.
entering into a game over as well. This is a video game, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. What's weird is that I have player 2's audio on, but it seriously sounded like I was getting from player 3 for a little while there as the disc spun during the Doomsday Machine event. So, yeah, Zalaxon is asking if the penguins are evil. They all seem to be enemies. What about the ones on the plate? I believe those ones are good.
So, the way you can tell a bad penguin from a good penguin, all the bad penguins are in costumes. They're wearing hats. They have clothes on. Good penguins look like penguins without any kind of clothes. That's how you can tell the difference.
Okay. If you whack a good penguin, is it a bad thing?
You can whack a good, was that good or bad penguin?
Good.
If you whack a good penguin, they won't die. I think they'll also give out those orbs. But if you, like, hit them when you're powered up, you can kill good penguins on accident.
Don't kill good penguins. That's what we're learning here. Yeah, let me just... Okay, so is the number at the top left, like, how many...
Yes, the number in the top left is how many mutant penguins are left.
Oh, that's how many are left. Gotcha.
Yeah, Burst Error is doing a really good job. There's only 2 mutant penguins left. And you can allow some of them to reach the end. Because as you can see, you have like some penguins on the scale.
Yeah, Unicoli has 4 penguins on the scale. There are 3 eyebrow penguins already there, though. If it balances out, is that when you lose, or is it if there are more?
If there's more penguins than like bad penguins than good penguins, then the Doomsday thing will activate. And now here is another like special thing that I've told the players. These mini games happen randomly between each level.
Okay.
And I've given them a save state. I told them they can do the mini games if they'd like. It does give them a bit of an advantage. In the next level, they'll get a few more good penguins to help out. But I also told them if they want to skip it, because there is one mini game that you can immediately lose, and the other ones are a minute timer. They can load the save state and just go to the next level.
Yeah, it looks like Burst Error is trying at least a little bit here. I think that the reaction time for this is so stupid.
Yeah, it is. I don't think it's... Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, they all come at it the same way.
Oh, Burst Error has it pretty well at this point. Okay.
Yeah, the bottom one will always come from the left, and it will go very fast. The middle one will always go from right to left. Middle one always goes left to right, and then the bottom one also only goes left to right.
Well, let me see. It looks like... Let's see. Icy is saying that they think the game froze. He's going to restart. Go for it. We'll consider giving bonus time for that and let you know. There we go. So yeah, their game actually froze. For some reason it ran into an issue and I don't know. Have you ever seen that before?
I haven't.
Strange. But you know what? This is Atari Jaguar, as Kazuya ZX is pointing out. Yeah, the Jaguar wasn't known as being the highest quality system out there. You know, despite there being one adamant person saying that the Atari Jaguar is actually better than the N64, that person is wrong.
That person is very wrong.
Yeah. Like, there are a lot of opinions that you can have that, you know, are acceptable because they're opinions, but that one is just not correct. And if you're wrong, you should know. You should be told.
Alright, Burst Error is on the second level, and like the part of this game that gets really tricky is it's collecting these gremlins at the beginning of the level, and then figuring out which treasure chests actually have the letters that are your weapon. It's the same every time, but if you don't know which ones are which, you're not going to pass.
Yeah.
And like the reason why I've given the save state is that the game only registers levels completed up until level 5. So you need to beat level 5 in order to gain access from 1 to 6.
Beautiful. I love it.
And it does that every increments of 5. And burst error, unfortunately, is going to have to restart level 2.
Ooh, oh no. Yeah, one thing that I noticed is that, like, if you get one of the strong evil penguins at the end, it counts as 3 normal mutant penguins? Something like that?
Because they're bigger.
I mean, obviously, like, big penguins harder to kill. Like, I'm not sure Hazel Shade knows that collecting the orbs is absolutely essential at this point, but you gotta get the orbs before you can kill.
Yeah, I did give them the manual, and I distinctly told them, I highly recommend you read this manual. Because it really kind of explains how to actually kill the mutant penguins.
Yep. You don't have to kill all the alien penguins personally. You can build and activate various lethal to penguin machines, such as the spike shafter, the chopper, and the grab and sling. Okay, so there are tools that you can put around in order to kill the alien mutant penguins. Okay, good penguins will also try to reach the doom scale because they can counteract the effect of the alien penguins, so let them through if you can. Kill aliens, don't kill good penguins. Stop the alien penguins from reaching the doom scale, but try to let the good penguins reach it. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. I'm trying to see, because this menu is pretty thorough.
Yeah, it does a good job explaining what to do. That doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah,
like,
true.
I don't understand why you're not given a weapon to begin with. Why do you have to collect these gremlin guys? And they're also spread out throughout the map.
Yeah. I mean, the manual recommends collect the gremlins as soon as you exit peak mode. So go and get them. They're a bit harder to collect than most things. They'll try to escape. Then you must gather the letters for your weapon, PAN for Bernard or BAT for Rodney. For some reason. You'll find the letters inside bonus chests once you have your weapon. It can be powered up with certain bonuses, usually by collecting power orbs. When a penguin is hit, it releases 5 power orbs. Every time you collect a power orb, the power bar, top right of screen, is increased. If you collect 5 power orbs in a row without using your weapon, okay, that should be bolded in the manual. Without using your weapon, you will receive a weapon upgrade. If you collect 10 power orbs, it will get a double upgrade. Once a weapon has been upgraded, the power-up usually lasts for a set number of uses. 3Hams, thank you so much for resubscribing. Great to have you here. I hope you like mutant penguins, because I don't know who else would.
No, Icy has made it to level 2, and Burst Error, I think, has completed level 2, or is completed level 2, so it's on to level 3.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Una Coley and Hazel Shade are having a time.
Wee! Blah, blah. So, if you do lose a map, just to make it 100% clear for me, like, do you have infinite continues, or is it like a set number of lives?
Like, you have 1 life, and if you do not complete it, it's a game over.
Okay.
If we were playing this game just on a new save file, you have to beat level 5 in order to save your progress.
Yeah. Now, I do want to thank the referees who are helping to track this match. They are certainly keeping an eye on things, making sure they know who has made the most progress. The refs that we have today are Jerry Eris 2000, the good Jaguar game, We have also got Fahrenheit is trying not to tip the doom scale. Oh, well, don't stand on it then. Buster Curry is still wrapped up in the mummy. Oh no! Harp Griffin is weighing penguins for good. And finally, Blasphemous doesn't have enough gremlins to become a samurai. One day, you will have enough gremlins in life. That is how life works. You collect gremlins the longer you live. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How many gremlins do you have?
I mean, I probably have at least a few.
Okay.
I feel like we all have our own gremlins.
We all have our own gremlins. That sounds creepy.
As we can see on Icy's screen, Icy, he's been using the stage hazards, which are actually your benefit. Like, you can see that spinning kind of like trap. If any mutant penguins go by it, they will get killed.
Yeah.
You can trigger the alligator, and he will attack any mutant penguins that go by him.
Yeah, I think that once you start realizing it's both a combat game and a tower defense game, then it makes a lot more sense. You're doing both. But unfortunately, at the beginning of the level, you can't do any combat. Instead, you may need to set up some traps and grab all of the letters to spell out your weapon, and go and use your freaking weapon against bad penguins.
Like, it is designed in such a silly way. Like, if they wanted to make like an adventure style like tower defense game, they didn't need to make like a puzzle hunt for your weapon.
Yeah, it's true. I think Icy has realized the 5 orbs help with the power up. You know, power up your bat. And every time that you whack a penguin, it drops 5 orbs. Unfortunately, they can go off of the playing field and thus be impossible to get, so...
Yeah, oh, this is so unfortunate. Icy was 1 penguin away.
No!
And it's gonna tip the scale, and Burst Error also misses the level. Unfortunate. But Icy basically had level 2 on lock. Like, if Icy plays that again, he's gonna get it.
Oh, yeah. I like the game over screen. It just looks like the stupidest penguin I've seen.
And I think Unacoli has got the mechanic down of collecting the orbs, get your big weapon, and then you can kill the bad guys.
You know, honestly, just thinking about games that are on the Atari Jaguar, yeah, I can see why you might consider this bad in some ways, especially since the orbs that you have to collect to power up your weapon fly off, which, why do you even have to power up your weapon? It's a weapon. Like, the logic here is very Atari logic, which means it doesn't make any sense. But, yeah, critically, having orbs fly off on these narrow routes is just evil. Why would you do that, Atari?
And I'll be honest, I think this is one of the better games for the Atari Jaguar.
Like, honestly, for the Jaguar, it's kind of good. Only one player will be moving on as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there's so many like bad games that just aren't like Kuso enough.
Well, boring. They're mediocre, you know?
That's what I mean. They're not Kuso worthy.
Yeah, this, like, it kind of works for Kusogrande. Looking at this, it was designed and written by Sunrise Games Limited. They made other games such as Nothing. Well, lead coder, you know, it seems like some of the coders here have worked on several games. The person who has the most credits, Wayne Smithson, that sounds like a fake name, but worked on some of the Outer Worlds games, Pixel Junk, Sonic and Sega All-Star Racing, Little Big Planet for the Vita, GTA 2? Okay. Adventures of Mighty Max, like, legitimately, some of these games are great. I don't know about Mighty Max, but, you know, some of the others, fantastic. Lemmings 2 for Atari ST, did the ST programming for that. Great. I've never played Lemmings 2. I played Lemmings 1. I imagine it can't be that different.
I mean, I don't know how much difference there is between, and Unicoli has got the first level done.
Very nice. Yeah, Burst Error is having a really hard time getting through this because of the luck
Just
of
where
the drop.
the orbs are spawning outside of the path. And Icy is also through onto level 3, so Icy and Burst are going to be on the same level.
Well, this should be a lesson to all of you aspiring game developers out there. If you have random drops like this that are necessary to actually complete a level, make it completable, okay? That's my recommendation. Ooh, Super Pan. We've got it. Oh, good.
Yeah. 9 penguins left.
You could almost let all of them make it there. I think you could, as long as they aren't beefy penguins.
Not all the levels have, like, the beefy penguins.
Yeah, I don't know if this one does or not.
These ones they all have different little costumes.
Yeah, Burst Air is pretty much safe, I think. Just gotta kill one more penguin. Where is it? I don't know. Penguin's hiding up there? There we go! Burst Error holding on to the lead. Icy is on to level 3. Hazel on 2. No, Hazel on 1.
Hazel, I think, is finally understood how to kill the mutant zombies. I think is specifically using the traps and not, like, attacking them with the pan. But I mean, if you finally figure out how it works, more power to you.
No, it broke right at the wrong time. Fix it up. Well, okay. Hazel Shade has Samurai Bernard. Okay, why Samurai Bernard? What does he do?
So there are, like, power-ups that you can get by using the weapons, like the little traps. And Samurai Bernard just lets you kill things pretty much without having to collect the orbs.
So you can almost play this game weaponless.
Yes, I don't recommend it.
But it's working for Hazel Shade right now.
And as I'm saying, I don't recommend it. I mean, there might be, like, a YouTube bait video games like, can you beat Attack of the Mutant Penguins without attacking the penguins?
Wow! By the way, there is actually lore to this game. We've been talking about how the game works, but haven't talked about the story at all. It's a fairly well-known fact that the Earth's television... Yeah.
I read that entire speech at the beginning of the stream.
That's true. I was doing setup. Whatever. I don't care.
I was reading it to buy you time.
Good job. Too bad. If y'all missed the beginning of this match, you do not get to learn the lore. In fact, it is forbidden at this point.
It's forbidden lore. It's forbidden lore.
Yeah.
The shorthand version is... aliens have invaded Earth. They disguise themselves as penguins.
Yeah.
The actual penguins of Earth got mad. So they're fighting the mutant penguins. The penguins now are disguising themselves as humans, but in very bad disguises. And now we have to kill them before they activate Doomdades.
I don't like this one. I dislike it.
So I have told them they can skip these minigames, and I think they're opting to play the minigames.
Well, the bonuses for, like, actually matter a fairly good deal, yeah.
Getting the bonus penguins is very good, because it can let you have essentially a bigger safety net.
Unfortunately, this
the
plays
beginning of the
like
level.
Space Invaders, where you can only have one bullet on screen at a time. The Hazel Shade getting 4 extra good penguins. That's a lot. You can be a lot sloppier on level 2.
And Munakoli is going to be through into the next level as well, and Burst Error is doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to one-shot this level as well.
Nice!
So Burst Error, I think, is moving on to level 5.
Penguin attack! No, no! Watch out, it's a penguin attack! They just move so fast! Like,
also, another thing I think about this game is all the sound effects I think are ripped from Doom.
I mean, Doom used public domain stuff. Or like a sound effect library that they purchased, likely.
The sounds that were popularized from Doom.
Yeah. I mean,
because I can only hear like the demons shouting.
Every once in a while I hear, I've been watching Orange is the New Black, and I keep hearing a gate close, and I'm like, I know this sound effect, but I don't remember why I know this one, and I need to go look that up. I know it's from a game.
There are 20 levels in this game. If we were playing the DOS version, there are 30 levels. I don't expect our players to get to level 20.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
I think of the mini games, the best one to get is like the Space Invader one. It's quick.
Oh yeah, the gate is from GoldenEye. That's right. Orange is the New Black uses a sound effect that's in GoldenEye.
That's silly.
It's so good. And yeah, every time I hear it, I'm like, I know that. I know it's from a game. Prince of Egypt has like a camel sound effect that is the same as one of the imp sound effects from Doom. Yeah, Prince of Egypt, Bible game, you know?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Prince of Egypt, the DreamWorks movie.
Yeah. Oh, not game, Bible movie. Yeah, the DreamWorks movie, Prince of Egypt.
Oh.
Yeah. Sound effect from Doom. Same thing. So, yeah, a lot of the sound effects you will hear in multiple games because sound libraries were often a lot cheaper than making your own, but there were plenty of studios that were like, people have heard some of the sound effects enough that we should make our own so that they're unique, and so people aren't thinking of other movies. But I don't think there's a negative really for like thinking of another game. It's like a nice little Easter egg, like the Wilhelm scream, whenever you hear that, it's just a joy.
Is there an equivalent like Wilhelm scream for video games?
You mean scream-wise?
Yeah, or not necessarily scream, but just like sound effect.
I mean, the Doom door closing sound effect is pretty...
it's probably the closest.
All over the place. That one is... Yeah, as J667 said in chat, that's probably the one that shows up all over the place. I mean, there are also a lot of sound effects that were used in, let's say... Not worse games, but games that definitely considered sound effects to be free use. I mean, there are Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, Simpsons sound effects that appear all the time in DOS games. All the time.
Burst Error getting baited by a warning where there were no penguins at the end at all. It just said warning for Burst Error.
Beautiful.
So he walked all the way back to the beginning, saw there was no penguins there, probably disappointed because he was doing a good job killing these penguins up here. And I think he's now got the rhythm of this game.
I think so. Like, this game is very much learnable. Yeah, the last penguin is already past a lot of the obstacles here. There we go. Flying. How do you deal with the flying penguin?
Wait for it to land.
Oh. I mean, that makes sense. There we go.
It
Burst
got
arrow
its
moving
dream.
on.
It's got its dream to fly, and now you must punish it for retrieving its dream.
You're a penguin, you can't fly. And I will be paragliding no more. Yeah, I think that once you
when
get
are we
the
seeing
rhythm,
the EP?
it's
When are we hearing
very...
the EP, bro?
I was ripping off Toy Story. Oh,
That was Toy Story?
yeah.
What song?
You know the song, "You're a toy, you can't fly, and I will go sailing.
Oh, okay.
No more." When Buzz Lightyear finally figures out, I'm a toy, now my reality is ruined. This is like freaking
Sorry,
Truman
I'm
Show.
a little behind on my pop culture specific references.
I think you're very behind on the references. Like, don't you do improv? Oh, you do
let me
good
tell you
improv.
something.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, ouch.
No, like,
There's no such
I'm
thing.
sorry,
There's
but...
no such thing, Brosentia. There is no such thing as good improv.
Okay, but reference improv is like the thing that I hate the most.
I mean, don't get me started. Just reference comedy is bad.
It's so dumb. It's like, oh, I know what that's from. Oh, wait, we had a conversation just a little while ago about sound effects from video games that were in other media.
But that's not a joke, though.
No, it's not. We're not joking here. Or are we? I don't know what humor is.
Who knows?
Yeah. Simply put, anything that's funny will not always be funny to everybody. That's just life. How do you open treasure chests? Do you just stand by them for a while?
So all of those gremlins that you collect, you need to put them into the treasure chest, and the gremlins will open the treasure chest.
Stupid.
The more gremlins you put into a treasure chest, the quicker that the treasure chest will open.
I mean, okay, actually kind of good for, like, strategy, and this game is certainly making you think about strategy.
There are so many things about this game that are clever, like, in a vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I like the idea. Does it work for this game? But it's a good idea.
I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't think I'm not willing to say good yet.
You can make it good. I believe in you, okay? I believe that somebody could look at mechanics in this game and pull some of them into a good game. Like, game developers out there, think, what lessons can you learn from the attack of the mutant penguins? There have to be some things that you can borrow. Unless you don't care, I don't know. Let's see what happened to burst error. My game just crashed also. Okay. So loading state would probably be a good idea. So for the people who have had game issues, we always try to compensate, depending on whether or not that's doable, by giving bonus time. And, you know, we can give up to 5 minutes bonus time for players if there are unexpected issues. A game crash, depending on where they were, it may help or not. Oh, so Unico is saying, I almost rage quit dying on the last frame. Oh, no.
Unicoli should not be at stage 1. They can load to the stage they lost to.
Oh.
It is the exact reason why I gave them the save state.
Yeah, let me go ahead and just check to make 100% sure. I am allowing you to load the level select if you want to skip the minigame. You may load the state after the minigame is selected. Right now, I don't see any clear pinned message saying that they can load the save state. And we want to make sure that that is pinned somewhere. You say, for the mini games, yes, they can load the save state.
Yeah, I mean, this just might be me assuming, like, if you beat the level, you can move on to the next level.
Okay.
Like, that's just an implied thing in my... I didn't say that, but it just feels like it's implied. Like, you don't have to start the game over. And I think, like, the only person who has done that is Unacoli.
Yeah, but simply put, if there's a way to take directions wrong, I'm someone who will do that.
I think I'm just gonna tell Unacoli that...
I'd say go ahead and tell them, and if there needs to be time given due to that as well, as decided by the refs, that would be fair as well. So we may be having some extra time for 3 of our players at this point, which is fine. You know, there are issues that happen. And, you know, it's part of the GM experience. Every once in a while, you know, it seems like something would be obvious, but because it's not spelled out, somebody can take it a little incorrectly. And considering that, like, game by default, you know, if you get a game over before stage 5, you're not gonna... Or maybe before stage 6, you're not gonna be able to continue. I don't know, there's a little confusion there. I can understand it. But yeah, we're not gonna punish players.
Yeah, and it's not like an information thing.
So yeah, we've let them know that they can go ahead and load the state, choose the level, and if the refs decide that bonus time is given, which sometimes, you know, I say things here that I'm thinking, but they have a little bit more information about what happened, and so they know, you know, it should have been clear that, you know...
That's on me, but... I just don't want a player to make it harder on themselves.
Oh, yeah.
When everyone else is playing, like, a different way.
Yeah, and as Exuno is saying in chat, I mean, it doesn't hurt for everybody to play a little extra. You know, it just means 5 more minutes of pain. Yeah, we always...
If they want to.
No, I tell them to keep playing, and then they throw in the towel if they're like, no.
Yeah, but right now, it is between Burst Error and Icy. As soon as Icy understood how to play the game, they have been rocking it as well. Because Icy is caught up to Burst Error, but Burst Error's also kind of got the rhythm of this game. Hazelshade is struggling a bit. Is door jamming the penguins right at the end.
Yeah, so what we're probably going to do, the refs will decide individually how much bonus time each player gets depending on how much time they lost playing, and due to the issues that happened. And then after that, they will mark what the high water mark is for when their time ended. Everyone will play the maximum time, though, because that means that we get the maximum pain. So if one person has 30 seconds of bonus time and one person has 5 minutes, they're all going to play 5 minutes, but the person with 30 seconds, it'll only count up to the 30-second mark. You know, this is Kusogrande. We're not here for a good time. We're here for pain. We're here for penguins. We're here for penguins being whacked with a frying pan.
We're here for a long time. And I think the interesting thing I see that Icy is doing that Burst Error isn't, I think Icy is actually using the stage hazards to kill the penguins, and Berser is only using the melee.
Yeah. So luckily, one thing to note is that with the bonus time, each ref, each player is assigned one ref who's looking at them, and that ref will know this is how much time, and this is the mark that will be the end of their run. So everybody will play an extra 5 minutes, it looks like.
And don't we all love a little more Kuso in our diet?
I do. Well, I don't
full
eat
of fiber.
the games. Oh my god, what kind of fiber?
Microfiber? I don't know.
I don't know. I think microfiber has microplastics, and I don't want those. Although I probably already
too
have.
bad. Yeah, too bad, Percentia. You're already full of them.
I was gonna say, I think I also have some macroplastics in me. Like, I'm not too concerned.
What's the biggest piece of plastic? Like, does a pacemaker have plastic in it? Would that be like the biggest piece of plastic you could have in your body? Safely? Safely being a key word there.
I've never eaten a plastic bag. I've probably eaten pieces of plastic, like, oh no, like, or I know that I've eaten pieces of paper towel. Like, you ever reheat something in the microwave on a paper towel, and then you try to peel it away from the paper towel and it doesn't come completely off? Like, what do you do at that point?
I mean, it's paper. It should be fine.
Yeah, I've eaten a decent amount of paper towel. Well, I mean, I don't think it's radioactive paper. It's just paper that's a little hotter, you know?
Anything that's gone in the microwave is going to be radioactive. And you can fact check me on that one. Icy is through. Hazel Shade is unfortunately restarting. Level 3.
Yeah.
I think Unacoli is taking another break.
Oh no. The players have been granted 5 minutes of bonus time, but the refs are saying I get 1 week of bonus time. What does that mean? What are you doing to my life? Are you trying to ruin it? Are you trying to make it better?
We're here for a full week, Brosentia.
No!
Just you and I. You and I talking about penguins that are
with you know what?
coming from space.
I would spend an extra week with you. That'd be great.
I don't know what we'd do. I'd probably run out of activities after the first day.
Well, okay. Well, we can repeat some of them.
We'll just go. We'll see Toy Story 5 like 5 times.
Please, no. Let's. I don't want to watch another Toy Story movie. Like, I'm sorry, but 2 is the last one to me. 3, I didn't care about. I don't know what happens
3 wraps
with 4.
up the story so well.
3's...
It wraps up Andy's story so well.
Okay, I think I did cry, but honestly, Toy Story 3 is Toy Story 2 with a stuffed bear instead of a prospector. It is. It's the same villain story. Okay? If you care about the toys, it's the same story. If you care about Andy, it's a different story. There's the difference.
I mean, you're not wrong. But then we also get just like the ending of Andy giving his toys
and
away.
Dying.
Andy doesn't die.
He could. I don't. Like, I'm sorry, losing your toys, that's not the death to you?
It might. Hazel, I think, is trying to reset the level. I think what Hazel needs to do is they need to hit left or right in order to activate it, and they just keep hitting A or B.
Yeah. So it looks like our referee liaison has communicated to the players they will be playing an extra 5 minutes and depending on the individual situation, they will be judged a little bit longer. So we will add 5 minutes once time is called, and the players may all play. Honestly, with a game like this, I think that you can make a decent amount of progress in 5 minutes. Like, that could be ending a level. Even if you are just starting a level at the 5 minute mark, I think that that is going to be enough for you.
You can always make a little bit of progress since we are marking in stage progress. So every penguin that they do kill ends up marking towards their progress.
Yeah. Oh my god. This
and between
I hate the sound effects. It's so loud.
It is aggressive sound effects.
This is like intro game development. Like, this is one of the tutorials that you do on like Game Maker. You're gonna get a game that looks and probably sounds better, honestly.
I think it's also just very funny that they all make that noise, so you have to kill all of them for the noise to stop.
Yeah.
Mercer is doing fantastic with 15 minutes plus the bonus time left in the match. Making it to level 8 is very good.
So the funny thing is, I'm looking at who did the sound effects for the game, and it's credited to Cogent Productions. You know that it's scary when they don't attach someone's name to it. They're like, nobody wanted to be credited here.
Well, it was like back in the day, didn't they like have some devs like in the credits had to go by like code names?
I mean, in Japan, that happened quite a bit, yeah.
So like they wouldn't get poached by other game dev companies?
I think so, yeah. Happened
then,
a lot less in the US.
Yeah, the issue then became no one knew who actually worked on these games.
Yeah, I think that like credit is so important. It's so very important. And honestly, if somebody works on a project, even if it was a little bit, you know, they should be credited. Even if they ended up getting fired because they suddenly, like, they, you know, went to the Xerox machine and scanned their butt, and then there were butt pics.
I mean, I'm always scanning
Still
my butt on
credit
Xerox
them,
machines.
okay? They might be fired, but they should get credit.
I also like the Elvis Presley penguins that are on Burst Error's screen.
Oh, those penguins are cute. Okay, sprite art, I'd say, is actually pretty good. Like, even the levels that look most boring, like, somehow the land is very expressive, but despite being flat.
Oh, this is a bad situation Burst Error is in. Is one mutant penguin away.
But Burst Error did collect enough to get the glowing frying pan of death, so... Yeah, just gotta get a little lucky with the placement of some of these. Okay, we've got the upgraded frying pan, which honestly seems worse than the base frying pan. Like, the glowing orb shot, I don't think is that great.
Yeah, I know if you upgrade all the way to the top, you get a different weapon.
Yeah, I saw someone turn into like a fire-breathing creature one time.
Yeah, that's the special of Rodney. And the special of Bernard is the samurai. They work essentially the exact same.
Gotcha. Yeah, you said that it didn't really matter what character they chose. Where are the rest of the penguins? Oh my god.
Yeah, there's no inherent advantage. They're taking teleporters, they're taking an air glider.
These penguins are so confusing. And they also make weird groaning sounds occasionally. Get your
Unokole's
gremlins.
4 penguins away. I think Unokole is going to make it past 3.
It's
He's been stuck
very
on it for a while.
possible. Yeah, Hazel Shaded
2-0.
Unokole are definitely behind. Icy caught up to Burst Error, but has not killed as many penguins as Burst Error has. Burst Error, like, honestly can hold onto this lead versus Icy.
Yeah, it's right now. It's Burst Error's game to lose.
Uh-oh, Burst Error.
Oh, Burst Error.
That is a loss for Burst Error. Gonna have to play level 8 again. Look at the Sengi boy.
This puts Icy in the driver's seat. If Icy can complete this level, Icy is gonna take the lead.
Yeah, that has to be frustrating to have only 2 penguins left to kill. I wouldn't be super happy about it. But whatever. It's a stupid penguin game. Who cares? They dress like Elvis Presley, you know? Do you really think that this game is based on reality? Nah.
Yeah.
You do?
Of course.
Weird.
Wouldn't you want to dress up as Elvis to trick human beings to thinking that you're a human so that you can become president?
You know, I trick the human beings enough in my daily life. I don't need to become president.
Who are you tricking, and why are you tricking them?
Well, you're here, aren't you?
What, how am I being tricked?
Think about it.
No, that's my line when I have no explanation of what I'm saying. I'll say something outlandish, and I'll tell people to think about it.
You will! I just pulled a quick one on you, you know?
You're pulling one from my own playbook.
I know how you work, Trambles. I've been watching.
Oh no.
This is how I trick the humans. Absorb. Then act. You gotta say absorb like that, though, you know, otherwise... Absorb.
Yeah.
No, Icy, you missed the Elvis. Kill the Elvis.
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing. Icy, so there's a little jukebox here. Icy has been putting the gremlins inside the jukebox, which actually distracts the penguins for a little bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of distraction going on here. Burst Error, another loss on the level. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think Icy has taken the lead. Or not yet, is so close to taking the lead. Is 3 penguins away.
Just 2 more penguins and you're in the lead. Kill Elvis. Yeah, it's tied. It's tied. We're very close to a lead change. Hazel Shade, by the way,
Icy
did have a crash.
Icy is, oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, luckily, the way I have this game set up, crashes aren't too punishing. And that's a lead change. Icy has taken the lead. And it's honestly because Icy has been interacting with the stage traps. And I think Burst Error is now finally, like, realizing the power of these stage traps.
There's discussion right now that the referees are having. Everybody is going to play an extra 5 minutes. Essentially, luckily, each of the players does have an individual ref watching, and they know how much bonus time that player gets. And because of that, they should be able to track precisely where their specific attempt ends. I know that this is a little frustrating for the referees, and I appreciate everything that you're doing here. It's just, occasionally you get a game that crashes that for some reason we didn't know crashed this much.
Yeah, I will say I did play this on the previous Kusogrande build and didn't experience any crashes. And then I just took the save RAM, brought it over to make a save state for our players. So I will say my due diligence on testing it on the current Kuso build, I lacked a little bit on that.
Welcome to life, you know. I mean, we realistically, you have your own real life, you know. This is kind of a hobby that you come, hang out, chat. So not really a huge deal. But
I also just didn't want to have to play this game for 20 levels again to get the save file for these players.
Yeah, it's also like a note that in the future, like, especially if we have somebody vet, there's a decent possibility of weird things being caught. Not a guaranteed possibility, because we've had games played by multiple people before that then suddenly had problems that nobody knew about.
Yeah, Burst getting another game over on stage 8.
All penguins, yeah, got down to 0 penguins left, but unfortunately, it was I think the final penguin was the final straw, or at least very close to that. Other penguins just rushed and jumped into the mouth probably at that point. Yeah, Icy is certainly in the lead at this point with Burst Arrow in second, Unico in third, Hazel Shade in fourth. Remember, only one player moves on from this stupid game. Oh my!
And I'll say it's
that demon.
I love to give memorable
well.
games. Like, they're not gonna forget this game. The players who played this match.
No, this game kind of sucks. Yeah,
but it has potential. It had potential.
Yeah, like it's got a lot of fun ideas that if they were put together in a good game, they would be great. I'd say probably don't do the stupid pickup to make your frying pan glow so that you can smack penguins. Like, that's weird. I don't understand that.
I think it could be interesting to actually like place the traps down yourself. Like, have a mechanic like that.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a limited amount of charges for each of the traps.
You could also have it that they can only be placed on certain areas of the map, similar to, oh my god, what a Creeper World. Yeah. The Creeper World games, oftentimes you can only put things down in certain areas. You know, there are plenty of lessons to learn from other video games. Yeah, and refs, thank you so much for the help. I am so sorry that you're getting frustration here. Please know that, like, we are patient with whatever's happening here. Hazel Shade was so close to the end. No! Unfortunately,
I just want Hazel Shade to get past level 3.
Level 3 is so dumb.
I just want Hazel Shade to get past this level.
So, looking at games on the Jaguar, the highest rated game is easily Rayman. After that, Tempest 2000, Alien vs. Predator, and Iron Soldier, which I've never heard of. Then you start getting into like the 7-point range with Cannon Fodder, Wolfenstein 3D, NBA Jam, Battle Morph, Doom, Theme Park. That sounds exciting. Then you get down to sort of the bottom of the list with Kasumi Ninja. I don't know that one. Air Cars, Blue Lightning, Highlander, the last of the Mac Clothes, which I believe we've had on Kusogrande.
We did. I remember Omega Number giving that game out, and I remember testing it and having a very frustrating time with that game.
Yeah. Where does this fall? This game falls about flat in the middle of reviews, which makes sense to me. Like, this game is fairly aggressively bad in some ways, but in a way that's more interesting than necessarily straight up, I never want to play this again. Maybe they won't ever want to play this again. But it's
finally past level 8.
It's got ideas. And it's got sound effects, baby.
It's got sound effects.
Oh, it has all the sound effects.
It might be a little too late for Burst Error to get the lead back. 7 penguins to go for Icy on level 9. I think Icy is going to get to level 10 and possibly beat level 10.
There will be 5 minutes of bonus time given for the players, but again, they won't all get the full 5 minutes of benefit there, simply because this game sucks. Yeah.
3 penguins left.
Unico also crashed, so we're just gonna play an extra 5 minutes and see where the refs decide.
But Icy is through to stage 10.
Yeah. Very
Versus
nice.
on level 9.
Gonna play the bonus game.
And I'm just hoping, Hazel, please, you can do it. I know you can beat stage 3. I believe in you.
Yeah. Now, one thing that the players can do is not play the bonus game and just move straight onto the level, which is something that I would very much consider doing with this little amount of time left. They don't know exactly how much bonus time they're getting, which is, you know, sort of understandable. It's just one of those things with how
because
this
it's
match has
random.
gone. This match
Because
has
it's
been
random. Yeah, because the mini games are random, I wanted to give them the option to skip them.
Yeah.
Since, like, if you don't want to play the 1 minute bonus game, you're essentially losing a minute to the bonus game.
Indeed. Well, I will start our extra 5 minutes in right now. So keep playing. I'm telling them all. Go, go, go. Don't stop. Can't stop.
Yeah, even though I know we're giving everybody 5 minutes, I think this is a lock. I do think Icy is going to take the victory today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Unico did get another game over. I think that 3rd and 4th are definitely locked, depending on how much bonus time Burst Error gets due to one of the issues that happened. It may be possible for Burst Error to move into 1st, but, like, definitely gotta kill penguins, like, now.
Yeah, needs to really get a hustle on these penguin kills.
Okay, that's enough that you can start killing. Good. Yeah,
It's so limited though. Like it's weird how it varies sometimes for how long you can actually use the weapon.
I mean, the manual says that it's usually 5 hits, and for the next weapon, usually 10 hits, but who knows? Yeah, supposedly it's the number of swings even if you miss. The thing is, even the manual says that it's usually that number of hits, so there may be a glitch somewhere or a bug in the code that makes it so that sometimes your swing counts as double or doesn't count at all. And they just were like, we can't figure this out, so let's just say it usually does this. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I mean, this is actually, yeah, it might be close. 4 left.
Ha ha ha. With that said, I believe that Icy's personal best is locked at level 10, 24 remaining. I don't believe Burst Errors is changing at this point. Locked in at level 9 reached for number of penguins. My god. 4 penguins. But if it does change there, that means that Burst Error did have additional time past that. Hazel Shade is really the one who has the most bonus time. Actually, don't. Although Unico, due to a late game crash, may also have additional time that they're currently using. We'll see. I don't believe that he's really made much progress lately, and I don't know if much is going to happen now. He's mostly waiting for the penguins to come and die on the spinning blade, which, fair. And also blocking one penguin, like, nah, don't move.
Yeah. You're not, is basically being a bouncer to this penguin. Oh, but I think that's going to be a fail for Unicoli.
Yep. Oh no, big trouble.
Unfortunately, I only had one good penguin for that run.
Well, Burst Error did make it to level 10 after time. What a match.
I think it'll just depend on how much bonus time will count for each of these players. I do think Icy is going to take the win, but I will wait for our refs to confirm that.
By the way, Kazuya has noted that this game is available on Steam for $3.19. If anybody happens to want to check it out, it is available there.
I mean, this is a $3.19 experience.
I think so.
I wonder if it plays the exact same or if they maybe updated it in some way.
I wouldn't expect an update, but you know, that would be cool. Apparently, the DOS version has more stages than the Jaguar,
Yeah,
so that's good.
It has 10 more levels.
Oh, great. 10 more levels. Yeah, I want to do 10 more levels of this. Where this sound effect madness. And that is time. It's over. Oh my gosh. Well, everybody, it looks pretty clear from the ref sheet that we have here that Icy is the victor. And honestly, you know, Burst Error only got here after their bonus time was up, if I'm not mistaken. We will, of course, have the refs confirm. So
yeah, I think the refs are confirming.
They have confirmed Icy is our victor. I will welcome Icy to come and chat with us today.
What a great finish. Icy taking the lead from Burst. That stage 8, really unfortunate for Burst.
Yeah, I think if not for stage 8, Burst would have taken the victory, but Icy really realized the power of music.
The power of giving a jukebox to the Elvis Penguins.
Yeah, hello, Icy, and welcome. Congratulations. You managed to make it to stage 10 within the allotted time and get a little progress there. Fantastic job.
Hey, thank you so much. I don't know how I managed to, but I squeezed it in just at the end.
You certainly did, yeah. Like, it was level 8, the Elvis Penguins, that got you to really move into the lead. I believe the power of the jukebox, because you played that music a lot.
Yeah, you end up like bunching up all the enemies there and just gives you a lot more time to kind of concentrate on different stuff and then also just, nuking them.
Oh, yeah. And that certainly worked. I know that, like, getting the second or third power up when you're, like, collecting all of the orbs gave you a lot more swings in order to just wipe out giant groups there. So what do you think of this game? Attack of the Mutant Penguins.
Yeah, wacky wacky is a good way to describe this game, but honestly, it's pretty fun. It's not bad at all.
Shambles?
What'd I do?
Fun! It's not bad at all. This is a bad video game tournament. Actually, I see. Were there any problems with the game that you saw? I'm sure that, like, you have a few critiques.
Alright, well, okay, so there was that one time the game froze, but, you know, it only happened once. And we do have that, save state and just the level select, which made it, very easy to get back into. The hitboxes were a little bit wonky, but honestly, it's not the worst I've seen, so, you can kind of work around it.
Yeah, bearable, annoying but bearable. Okay.
Yeah. I do kind of wish there was a little bit of background music or something rather than just a ho 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 every 10 seconds.
Ho, ho, ho. Wait, I like the sound effect. We were paying attention to sound effects and being like, what games have this same sound effect as well? And there are a few different ones that stood out. I know that laughing sound I've heard in other games. Is it in Banjo-Kazooie? It might be.
I don't know.
Possibly.
I don't know why, but it's making me think of Sinistar, but I'm pretty sure that's not the... No.
Nope, I played Sinistar recently. It's definitely not that sound. Yeah. So, what, hypothetically, if this game were to be remade today, what do you think would help to make this game maybe more interesting, maybe, something that people would really like? Because I think that there is joy in this, but it's not quite all the way there. It's close.
Yeah, absolutely. I think speeding up the levels a little bit with okay, this might be a little bit crazy though with the amount of penguins that come in, but in some cases when you have kind of figured out a level, it can be a little bit of a, what's the word? It takes a while for all of the bad penguins to show up, so you're just kind of sitting there and just having to kind of preemptively go up to where they spawn and just whack them.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tower defense game before... I think this was before tower defense games really became a thing, so it was exploring in the area of video games that wasn't really well known.
Right, yeah, it definitely has some of those things, and I just got reminded of I think it's called Rock On Island in UFO 50, where you also have a tower defense thing, but your dude can also go in there and deal with the enemies. So it's not completely static.
I've done that.
Yeah. So that's I like that aspect of it because it gives you more agency while things are going down. So that's something nice. I like that. But yeah, no, I guess some more power-ups in terms of the actual main weapon you could use rather than just being stuck to the pan and the bat. I don't know.
Yeah, a variety would be interesting and probably keep me experimenting with things. What I love about some of this game is that it does encourage you to experiment with certain things, and if they had more to experiment with, then it would be a very compelling game, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, I think that if people look at this game and think, I want to make a game like that, you can make something amazing out of this, because there were a lot of things in this game that, simply put, aren't in anything else. I don't know if I like the having to collect the letters PAN to get a pan, but other than that, I kind of feel like this game has a lot of ideas that would do very well in a modern game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, just by looking at how I guess all of us progressed, it's in terms of people who've also played modern games, it kind of you can kind of work with this thing.
Yeah. And the thing is, everybody here put in a lot of good work playing the games, and it's, unfortunately in Kusogrande, people have to be eliminated. You're the survivor of the round, so great job there. Icy, what are you doing these days? Do you have anything that you would like to plug for people?
Not so much on my end. Maybe I should start streaming one of these days, but
That's
nothing
right.
like that so far.
Do you have any games that you've been playing lately that people should check out?
Let's see, what is a fun thing? You know what, I recently bought Omicron. What was that called? Omicron something? Apparently David Cage's first game with David Bowie's likeness. I heard it's a terrible game, so
Okay. Omicron the Nomad Soul is what chat is saying.
That's the one. Yeah, I heard it's an awful game, so it's up for sale for $1 at the moment, so I thought, you know what, sure, I'm just gonna download it and let's see how it goes.
Interesting. Okay, came out in 1999 and 2000. That sounds fascinating. I might have to check something out like that myself, my gosh. Well, perfect. What about you, Shrambles? Anything that you would like to plug or any games that you've been enjoying?
Don't have anything really to plug. I finished my prototype board game that I wanted to make, so I have a very ugly prototype that I'm going to make people play at some point.
Yeah, make me play it.
But other than that, I guess like the most recent thing that I played that I really enjoyed was Mina the Hollower. So play Mina.
I've been playing that lately. It's so good.
Yacht Club Games needs 1 million sales in order to break even. So that's not true, but they need one. Attention, Kuso gamers. We need your help to get Mina the Hollower to 1 million sales.
Yeah, please, it.
Please send me, Shrambles, your credit card information. And don't forget to put the wacky 3 digits on the back of the card in your message.
Don't do this. I'm sorry, I'm shutting down your scam right now. But, you know...
No, it's a shram.
Oh, shut down the shram.
Nice.
No shrams here. Oh, no. Well, thank you, everybody, for watching Kusogrande. Oh, my God. Trambles, how dare you? Thank you, everybody, for joining. I am still revising another demo for the NES game I'm working on, Wild and Wolfie. It should be out for subs and people on Patreon, and anybody who DMs and asks. I am more than happy to share with everybody, but they get first priority because they've done so much to help. And I very much appreciate that. Hopefully I'm able to do that and start getting a break because I need a breather. Other than that, we will have more Kusogrande coming up, so get ready for chaos. As for now, who am I gonna raid? I'm just trying to think. You know what? Good fella, I'm not exactly sure what this game is that JD Puppy is playing, but JD used to be my boss for the escape room until unfortunately they started getting like a little smaller and had to cut down. So I've been working with another company, but they're good people. So let's go raid JD. Do we have a good raid message? Anybody? What was that? Oh no. I mean, penguin control? No. There was like some oh no. We can always just say warning. Warning? Let's do I like exclamation points around it. You know, rating with the words Brendan Fraser might really confuse JD. Let's just say Brendan Fraser, okay? Let's go say Brendan Fraser, everybody. Go! Have fun! I will see you later! Take care, friends! Brendan Fraser, ahoy! Bye!